Light escaping down the hallway. I can watch it if I strain. But if I can call you, call you, call you, then I'll be okay. All along it was all you, all you, all you, you always.
Yo, 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 what's up? How's everyone doing today? Y'all good? Come on, give me a little more energy. What's up, everyone? Hello. What's going on? Welcome, hello. My name is Brian Slater. I'm one of the teachers at Sumner High, helping our leadership kids put this on. It's good to see y'all here. What's up, Bonnie Lake? How's everyone? Yeah, let's go. That's our people out there. Bonnie Lake in the building. What's up? Hey, we got about 12 more minutes until we launch, 11 minutes. It's going to be awesome today, man. It's going to be a good time. We're really looking forward to having you. Got some pretty big names coming through. Doug Baldwin will be here this morning. He's going to have a good time with some Q&A. But right now, make yourselves comfortable. Feel free to throw on those service shirts if you'd like. It is St. Patrick's Day, so you put the shirt on, you don't get pinched. It's a good deal. But hey, you want to rep your school, no problem as well. Good to have you, Curtis. What's up, Curtis? How y'all doing? We got the state champ basketball program here. Shout out. Let's go. Congrats to you guys. Hey, was Isaiah Thomas's team the last team to win it, or for Curtis? Oh, y'all went back to back like Drake? Dang, man, that's impressive. All right, y'all. Hey, congratulations. So, who else we got here? Who we got back here? What high school? This is North Creek. What's up, North? Where is North Creek? Where is it? Bothell. All right, we had some middle schools from Bothell yesterday, so cool. All right, y'all. Hey, we got about 10 minutes and we'll be launching, so see you guys soon. Thank you. got about 5 minutes to go. About 5 minutes left until we launch. A couple more schools will be arriving soon, but we're going to get started in about 5 minutes. We got about a minute and a half left. What's up, North Kitsap? Y'all, you made it. Let's go. What time do y'all have to get up this morning? 5 a.m.? What time did you leave? 6:40. That's not too bad. 6:40. Hey, who's got North Kitsap beat? They had to leave at 6:40. Who had to leave earlier than 6:40? What time do y'all have to leave? 6:40? Okay, hold on, we got a tie. 6:40. Anyone can beat 6:40? Ooh, we got a whole, look at these guys. They're like, yo, we got them beat. What do you have? You had to leave at 5? Where's Mountain View from? 5 a.m. Can anyone beat 5 a.m. out there? No? Okay. Oh, we got 4:59 a.m. Is there a 4:58? 4:58 going on? 4:58 out there? We got a 4:59, 4:59. Anyone got a 4:58? No, I'm just like. 4:58 already. Yeah, we got 40. Anyone got a 4:57? 4:57. Anyone got a 4:57? No. All right, y'all. What's up? Hello. Hey, we got 25 seconds left until we launch. We're gonna launch with Clanch here in a minute, our director of the service conference. So let's get ourselves situated. We can bring the music down. All right, let's get the countdown. Yo, 9, come on. 8, come on, make some noise. 7, 6, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, yo, make some noise. Come on now, come on, let's go. What's up, everyone? Hello. I'm going to get off the stage here in just a second. Just want to introduce Katie Clanch, our director of the service conference this year. She's going to talk to you a little bit about some of the things that you need to know for today. Most importantly, where are the bathrooms and those kind of things. So let's make some noise real quick for our student director, Katie Clanch.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, thanks for saying it back. Alrighty, make this more hype. Good morning and welcome to Service 2023! Woo! Okay, before we officially kick this off, we're gonna go over a couple reminders. So today we have a little bit of a packed house, not as bad as yesterday. Yesterday we were like overflowing here, like all of these seats were filled, but I'm excited. You guys seem like an exciting group. They are, because they're out there still screaming. So today these back doors behind you are gonna be closed, and so this back door right there is gonna be our main point of exit. If you need to use the bathroom, you go out there, take a nice little left, and the bathrooms will be back there. Advisors, at 1:55 as we wrap up this conference, we ask that you please stay a few moments. We have a couple cleanup things to do because Calvary has a quick turnaround to their next event, so we need help stacking chairs. If you need to leave early because you gotta get back to your school, that is totally fine, but we please ask that you stay as long as you can. Okay, I think we're done with the boring stuff. So, I hope you are excited to be here. I know I am. I am so excited to have you here in person as well as on live stream. We have a packed house here today, and I am so grateful that you all have decided to join us here. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Katie Clanch, and I have the wonderful honor of being Service Conference's student director this year. I am so excited to be able to work with all of you on this conference again, and I am so proud of my incredible team who has worked to put this together, and I am so grateful for our 5 amazing tech people here making sure this goes smoothly. I want to first start off by giving a huge thank you to Calvary Community Church for hosting us again this year. It is always a pleasure to work with such incredible people, and I am so thankful for you for letting us be here today. I would also like to give a big thank you to our beloved sponsors, Carl Westfall for sponsoring Doug Baldwin, Rick Morton from Johnston's, Karina Campbell from Mullen Orthodontics, Jen Elliston from Gurglepot, the Peterson Brothers, Western Storage, Character Strong, Sumner Rotary, Sumner Lawn Saw, Heather Lewis from Edward Jones, and a huge thank you to Cloud9 for making our t-shirts. They look absolutely amazing. This conference would not have been made possible without their generous contributions and their personal mission of serving this community. My team and I are so grateful for each and every one of you. If you are tuning in online, please make your way over to our website, www.serviceconference.com, and there you will find a digital workbook along with other materials needed throughout the day. Now on to the really fun stuff. This conference is something that I absolutely love. I love how this conference teaches students and their advisors to become servant leaders and how to grow their character. To me, these are such important values that I implement into my everyday life. The first time I ever attended Service Conference was when I was in 7th grade with Lake Ridge Middle School. Shout out to Nimick. And that experience changed my life for the better. I remember it to this day, how excited I was to be there and learn from such incredible people. Speaking of servant leadership, I want to talk about today's theme, and that is back to basics. My team and I read this book called The World's Most Powerful Leadership Principle by James C. Hunter, and we liked the idea of how it talked about what makes servant leadership. It broke down it in such a way that makes you understand how to lead others around you. After some talking, we decided that this year we wanted to go back to our roots and reteach what it means to be a servant leader. Today you're going to hear from some incredible speakers who are going to talk about what it means to be a servant leader. We have broken this conference up into 3 parts that are going to teach or reteach you what it means to be a servant leader. The first part is, what is servant leadership? With this, you will learn what servant leadership is, what it means to serve others, how we serve, also the process of getting there. We're going to also talk about your character and how it affects others, and what is your character if you don't already know. I would like you to take a moment and turn to page 9 in your booklet. I'm going to share with you in a second the definition of what it means to be a servant leader. Servant leadership, defined by James C. Hunter, is the skill of influencing people to enthusiastically work toward goals by being identified as for the common good with character that inspires confidence. I want you to take a moment and write that down, and then we're all going to say it together. Okay, are we ready? Can we put the slide back up, please? Thank you. Okay, count of 3, we're all going to say this together. Ready? Servant leadership is the skill of influencing people to enthusiastically work toward goals identified as being for the common good with character that inspires confidence. Give yourself a hand. That's a long definition. As you read back over that definition, you will notice that it mentions that servant leadership is a skill, and therefore it can be taught. This also means that we don't have to wait for leaders to be born. How many people have heard the saying, you're a naturally born leader, or leaders are born? Good majority. Well, with servant leadership, it's a skill, and today you're going to learn how to do it. The next part of this conference is power versus relationships. What does it mean with power-based relationships or leading others because you have influence in someone's life? So you're going to learn what the difference and understand how you can lead with influence, not power. The last part of this conference, and one that I feel is quite an important one, is we're going to be talking about burnout and mental health. This is something that comes with servant leadership, and today you're going to learn how to get through it. What do you do if you hit burnout? What do you do if you hit a wall? And we're going to ensure that you know how to get through it. As a servant leader, this is a very common thing to happen to someone, myself included. Sometimes this is a hard thing to go through, but today you're going to learn and hear from some incredible people who are going to be able to move you past this wall. This is what going back to basics means to us, and I am so excited to see and hear what you all learned from our amazing speakers today. This year, we have two incredible people helping us navigate what it means to be a servant leader. I'd like to introduce you to your MCs for the day. First, I'd like to introduce Josh Lee. Josh is someone who works to serve others in his everyday life. After being Sumner High School's very own Vice President of ASB and leading the logistical side of Service 2020, he then went on to become a special events coordinator for the Korean Student Association at UW. That's a long bio. This kid's done some incredible things in his life. And I am so beyond excited that you all get to meet and learn from him today. He has an energy and a light about him that I feel is going to make this conference great. Next, I'd like to welcome back Sophia Wasson. Sophia emceed our 2021 conference, and it was such an incredible experience to get and learn from her. She is someone that has a drive to serve and ensure that others feel important. Sophia was Services Student Director in 2020, and so we are so beyond excited to welcome her back. After her time at Sumner High School, she then went on to get her BBA from Gonzaga University. I cannot wait to learn from her again today, and I am so grateful she is here to teach you all. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up by saying, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our MCs on stage and officially kick off Service 2023!
Service Conference, what's going on with y'all today? How we feeling? I'm gonna invite out Sophia. She's waiting on the microphone right now. How are y'all doing this morning? Are we good? We good? Tired? How long was the bus ride this morning? Wow. I'm from Sumner High School, so I'm just down the street. This is Sophia. How are we feeling today?
How are we feeling? Josh, I don't know about that.
I don't know either.
I think
feel like
we're
a
gonna
little
try this
tired.
again. We'll be back in 1 second.
From the top, all right?
Yeah.
Y'all ready? We're gonna run it back, okay? Service Conference 2023, how we feeling today? That's what I like, dude.
So much better, thank you.
We're gonna do a quick roll call today, see everybody who's here. So we're gonna go 9th through 12th grade, if that's okay, all right? So if you hear your grade, have some energy, all right? So 9th graders, freshmen, where we at?
Okay,
10th graders, sophomores, where we at? All right, and juniors, where we at? All right, and last but not least, seniors, where we at?
Yeah.
That's what we talking about.
Awesome. I'm loving the energy so far. Josh and I are so excited to kick off this conference today. This conference means a lot to both of us. I know, Katie, thank you for that wonderful introduction. We both have had a lot of time during this conference, and I've been going to this conference since I was a middle schooler, and there's always been so many things that I'm able to take away and take back to my school and take back to my life in general that helps me grow. At the end of this conference, if you all just leave with one thing you heard a speaker say, or one thing we did during an activity that really stuck with you and that you can take back to your schools and use in your life, that's gonna make this conference worth it for us. So throughout the day, we want you to be thinking about that one thing that you found the most impactful, because we'll bring this back towards the end of the conference again.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, my name is Josh. I'm so excited to be with you all here today. I also went through Service Conference as a middle schooler, then through high school, and it's my incredible honor and privilege to be back here sharing the stage with Sophia as a co-MC. And if I had one word of advice for you guys today, it's just to bring energy when it's required, bring focus when it's required, and just be present in every moment. There's gonna be a lot of opportunities and a lot of wisdom and knowledge to pick up from the day. So yeah, with that being said, it's our incredible honor and privilege to introduce our very first speaker of the day. He goes by the name of Antonio Great. Now, Antonio is an emotional strategist, a motivational speaker, an author, a minister, husband, and loving father to 4. Now, Antonio, it is his willingness to serve stems from his passion to serve those in this generation and the next. He works with foster care students, juvenile detention youth, Title I students, and in the church youth group. And finally, Antonio, let me check my note card real quick so I don't mess this up. It's his mission to tell his story of overcoming insurmountable odds to now live a life of peace, joy, and love. So please join us in giving a very warm Service Conference welcome to our very first speaker, Antonio Great.
Yo, yo, yo! 2023, make some noise! Yeah, listen, first and foremost, you guys look absolutely amazing. You guys look like you came with intention. You guys look like you came with purpose. You guys look like you came with the desire to lead, to serve, and make a difference in this world today. If you agree with that, let me hear you make some noise. Yeah, I love it. Listen, my name is Antonio Great. I came a long way to be here. I flew all the way from Alabama. If you guys know where Alabama is, that's a long way away from here. But nevertheless, I'm happy to be here. I'm grateful to be here. I'm thankful to be here. And I will hope that I say something today that will positively impact and change your life. That's my heart's desire, and that's what I would like to happen today. Without further ado, are y'all ready to turn up? Come on, are y'all ready to turn up? Okay, are y'all ready to turn up? Okay, well, let's do it then. I'm gonna go ahead with the first slide, and before I do, I would just like to give honor to God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to serve you guys today. Now, on this slide, we have my man. Who is that? Gandhi. Now, Gandhi has a piece of advice for all of us today. And Gandhi says, find yourself in the service of others. I'm going to say it one more time. Gandhi says, find yourself in the service of others. So just let that sink in for a little bit. All right. Now, how many of you guys, and I'm pretty sure all of you have, if not, it's okay. How many of you guys, by a show of hands, have heard of or played the game Tetris? Most of you, cool. Now, who hasn't played the game Tetris before? Anybody? Just a few, cool. No judgment zone here, it's all good, it's all right. So let me give you the honor and tell you a little bit about the game of Tetris. First of all, this game Tetris is a classic, right? We talk about like classics like Mario Brothers. We talk about classics like Sonic. Tetris is a classic. And the object of Tetris, it works like this. You have these cube shape, also kind of remind you of Legos, that fall down from the top of the screen. And they're coming down, and the object is based upon the shape, you gotta turn it or whatever to try to get it fit into the next line, right? And if you can get it to fit into the next line and go across, something happens. So now let's look at the screen, and let's look at the first example. The first example, you see that Lego, the Tetris block falling down, right? And then the second screen, bam, it's a perfect fit to the next line. And then the third screen, look at what happens. That line, it disappears. All right? So now let's read what it says. It says, Tetris taught me that if you fit in, you disappear. I'm going to say it again. Tetris taught me that if you fit in, you disappear. So I'm going to help make that clear to you guys with an example. And for this example to work, I'm going to need 12 brave volunteers. And unlike yesterday, I love that. Come on, stand up. You come on right now. If you want to come, let me see you stand and I'm going to pick you real quick. I just need 12. 1. Okay, I see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, who else? 7. I only got 7. I got 8. Can I get a 9? 9, 10. What about you? 11? I just need one more. 12. Y'all come on up. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Yes, come on up. Can y'all stand right here? Yes, good. How y'all doing? Stand right here and make a semicircle for me, please. Semicircle. Yep. Good. Yep, on this side. Yep. Good. Yep. And on these ends, come in some. Come around this way. Now come in some. All right. You go back a little bit. All right. No. I said come in. All right. Good. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. What we have here, these individuals, this circle represents something, and it represents your everyday environment. And it also represents something in your everyday environment. They're also going to represent distractions, okay? Now, I need a brave volunteer out of all of you guys up here. I just need one, and I need someone to stand right here in the middle. Who wants to do that? Come on. Yep, just right there in the middle. Good. This is going to be good. Now, my instructions for you guys is this. We're going to begin to name some distractions. And gently, I would like for you guys to kind of tug on her a little bit to kind of pull her where you guys are, right? And then somebody else can kind of tug on her a little bit and pull you guys where you are. You gotta get it? You understand? Okay. You good? We good? All right, good. Okay. So let's go to the next slide. We're gonna make this work for you guys. Now, distractions that you guys can see. So our first distraction is, okay. I know y'all don't rock with Facebook like that, but even if you don't, I just want y'all to say the first distraction, all right? The first distraction is Facebook. So let's do this demonstration. The first distraction is Facebook, so I need somebody to pull it to where you are. Good. Somebody else, pull it to where you are. Good. Back to the center. Now, what I want you guys to understand is this. Tetris taught us something. Tetris taught us that if you fit in, you disappear. And what I want to show you guys is that the environment that you're in, strategically and intentionally, is always pulling on you to try to get you to fit in with its distractions. So we have Facebook as a potential distraction. Our next distraction is? Snapchat as a potential distraction. Come on, somebody, pull it. Come on, distractions. Yep. That's good. Good. Back to the center. Our next distraction is? TikTok is a possible distraction. Come on, distractions. Yeah. That's right. They want her to fit in. Our next distraction is? IG is a potential distraction. Oh, yeah, they rock with IG. Look at that. Yeah, they know about that distraction. Good. Another distraction is? Peers. Friends, right? Friends. Go ahead. Good. Another distraction is? Family. Sometimes we have some negative influences in our family, right? Sometimes we have some negative influences in our family. There's one that's not up there that I want to mention. And I could talk about this with you guys because you guys in high school, right? Relationships. Oh, man, listen, let me tell you something. I've seen some of my best friends who I rock with every single day. They get a girlfriend, they like disappear off the planet of the earth or something, man. It's like they don't call you no more. They don't kick it with you no more because they always with their boo thing. You know what I'm saying? Anybody feel me on that one? Y'all seen that happen before? Yeah. So relationships in high school sometimes is a huge challenge because it can become a distraction in more ways than one, right? So good. Back to the center. In our everyday environment, we encounter distractions. In our everyday environment, we encounter distractions that strategically are pulling on us in an attempt to get us to fit in into what they have going on or to what they think is important. But I want to show you guys something. Before I do that, you can go back. Thank you. All right. I talked about you guys, but let's talk about me for a second. In my environment, growing up in the ghetto of Chicago, the inner city of Chicago, I seen many distractions. In my environment, which I call toxic, I seen plenty and many distractions. And some of those distractions were gangs. Somebody pull on me. Come on, gangs. They was pulling on me. I seen other distractions. I seen prostitution. Come on, somebody, anybody, pull on me. Yes, absolutely. I seen other distractions. I seen crime. Come on, yep, that's it. I'm telling you, it's pulling on you hard. It's pulling on you aggressively. I seen other distractions, and one that really almost broke me to my core is when one day I was playing a game of tackle football one Saturday morning, and doing this game, y'all, let me tell you, I was a little kid. I ain't play tackle football. You know, that wasn't my thing, right? I play tag all day. But doing this game, and I was like, I ain't trying to get hurt. Talking to myself, I'm not trying to get hurt, so I'm going to put in as little energy and effort as possible. Because I'm not trying to get hurt out here playing this vacant lot, because I ain't getting paid for this, for one. I let these fools go ahead and tackle each other and hurt themselves, but I ain't trying to do that, right? So the game over, I'm happy. I made it out in one piece. We walking out the parking lot, and as we walking out the parking lot, it was several of us, and there was this one older girl that always hung out with us. She was like a tomboy or something. And I don't know what I said to her, but whatever I said, it must have been mean, because all I know is she said to me, that's why your mama is a crackhead. And as we was walking, I literally stopped walking and I started crying. And this pain that I felt in my heart was deeper and sharper than any scars, any broken bones that I could have encountered during that game of tackle football. And I just started crying, and I couldn't stop crying. And then everybody noticed what type of situation I was in, and the girl started apologizing. She started saying she was sorry, but it didn't matter because the words that she said was sharper than a two-edged sword, and it cut me to the depths of my heart. And I just started crying and I began to just feel a pain I never felt before. You must understand something. In my environment, we saw a lot of people on drugs. See, in my environment, I grew up in the 80s. I'll give y'all a little idea when I grew up. I grew up in the 80s, but in the inner city of Chicago and a lot of bigger cities, it was what we call a drug epidemic. See, we're coming out of COVID, pandemic, epidemic, but there was such thing as a drug epidemic. And it was destroying families, and it was destroying communities. And we would see these individuals. And me and my friends at the young age of 7, 8, 9 years old, we would talk about them. We would laugh at them, those people that was on drugs. I never thought my mom would be one that would get caught up in that situation. So when that young lady said what she said, it broke me to my core, and I began to look at my life in a whole different way. And trust me, when I say this, I couldn't imagine that my mom would do something like that. And when I say my heart was broken, it was broken, and I couldn't understand what was going on. And can I tell you something? A broken heart and disappointment from your parents, disappointment from your family has a unique way of, come on, y'all, pulling on you. It has a unique way of pulling on you. It has a unique way of pulling on you because the feelings and the emotions that you have cause you to think less of yourself, cause you to think you're not worth it. And when you begin to think like that about yourself, guess what? You start fitting in places that you think will give you value. Because guess what? The gangs was pulling on me. I could have decided to fit in with the gangs because I could have started feeling like that's a family. I could have started feeling like that's a connection. But I didn't. But nevertheless, I was dealing with the emotions, right? So in my environment, various things was pulling on me. But I want to show you guys something. How you could be in your environment. And you must think about your environment. Your environment may be completely different than mine. Your situation may be completely different than mine. But you must think about your environment and what it consists of. And I want to show you, even though you're in your environment and you physically can't escape your environment, I want to share with you some tips, some tools, some simple strategies that I use to help me navigate my environment successfully. And here we go. The first thing you must be able to do, you must be able to step outside of the circle. You must be able to step outside of your environment. And this is how you do it. You do it mentally. You do it mentally. You must be able to step outside your environment mentally. And let me quickly show you how. Many days, in my second floor apartment building, I would look out the window and I would begin to observe my environment. I would begin to see what my environment consisted of. And it consisted of the gangs. It consisted of the prostitution. It consisted of the crimes. It consisted of the drugs. It consisted of a whole lot of negative things. And in my mind, I began to also do something else. I began to what? Analyze my environment. And I really can't see it. I can see it better from here. I began to analyze my environment. And I began to look at what I was observing, and I had to ask a question. What are the consequences of these things? And simply, the consequences of these things wasn't good, because what I saw a lot of people going to jail, and I saw people dying. So the consequences wasn't good, and I saw a lot of families being broken. Then the next thing I did was I had to self-assess. As I observed, as I analyzed, I had to self-assess. I had to ask myself a question. Antonio, what do you really want? So I ask you a question. In the midst of your environment, in the things that you are observing, in the things that you are analyzing, what do you really want? And after I asked that question, I had to make a decision. I had to decide. And as I sat in my window, analyzing these things, oftentimes feeling like there wasn't any hope, oftentimes feeling like there wasn't an exit plan for me, I always would notice these pigeons that would be out there eating off the ground, chips and other little things that people would drop. And I would look at these pigeons and I would see them eating, but at the same time, I would see them do something else. And they would always be able to get up and fly away. And it just seemed like they would be able to get up and fly away and go wherever they wanted. And it seemed like whenever they wanted, they could go wherever they wanted, whenever they wanted. And it seemed like that was a form of escape for them. And I began to imagine myself and start thinking, man, I wish I could be a bird so I could fly away. But y'all know what? That never what? That never what? That never happened. I never turned into a bird. I never flew away. But guess what? Mentally, by going through that process, I was able to begin to escape, in a way, my environment, because now I began to learn how to increase my chances of successfully navigating my environment. Because what I want to share with you guys today is I want to help you guys to successfully navigate your environment because you're going somewhere. So though I was outside the circle and I began to analyze and observe and decide and ask myself questions, when I made that decision, I was able to get back into the circle. And now, my environment didn't change. The gangs were still there. The prostitution, the drugs, the crime, all that was still there in my environment. But guess what happened? When I came back to my environment, because now I made a decision, and I made a decision that was so serious to me, because this decision that I made, it was like this. It said that, man, listen, though I'm in this environment, and it seems like I'm hopeless, I want what I want so bad that I was willing to sacrifice my life for it. Now, what does that look like? That looks like this. As a male growing up in an environment like that, there was a lot of people that was clicked up, connected, you know what I'm talking about, in the neighborhood, right? So when you go outside the neighborhood, everybody's rolling together. But if everybody's rolling together and I observe a lot of negative things happen, I didn't have the solution. The only thing I could do was say, I'm just not gonna hang out with them. See, some of you guys are so afraid to say no to your so-called friends or the so-called environment that you're in because you're concerned, because you're worried about what they're going to think about you, because you're so concerned about how they're going to feel about you, and you're concerned about how they're going to judge you. But I couldn't be concerned with that if I wanted something different, if I wanted something greater. So the question is, what do you really want? What decisions have you made within your heart that you're willing to commit to? So in that moment, I said, I don't care. I'm going to go out in this environment by myself with fear on this side, with worry on this side. Because when I left out of my apartment building in this environment, I didn't know if I was going to make it to my destination safe or alive. When I left school and went back home, I didn't know if I was going to make it back home safe or alive because of the environment, because of the gangs and the things I had to go through. Many of y'all don't really understand the type of planning I had to do before I left out the house. I had to decide what block I was going to walk down. I had to decide what time I was going to catch the bus. Because in my mind, I'm just thinking about all the possible things that could happen. In Chicago, Illinois, in the ghetto of Chicago, trouble finds you. You don't have to find it. So with that being said, this is what I did. In the midst of everything pulling on me, I see it, I'm walking. And as I'm walking what I would like to call tunnel vision. Some of you guys must get tunnel vision in the midst of your environment. As you walk with tunnel vision, it doesn't matter what's pulling on you. You don't care because you're so focused on where you're trying to go. You're so focused on what you're trying to do that you're going to get there regardless of what. So I'm telling you, if you're being distracted, I encourage you to work and walk with tunnel vision, because this is something that happens with tunnel vision. These influences, they were what on me earlier. They were pulling on me earlier. The distractions are a form of influence. They were pulling on me earlier. But as I walk with tunnel vision, let me show you what happened. This is what I want you guys to do. When I walk, I just want you guys to follow behind me, right? So now, I'm walking with tunnel vision, y'all follow behind me. I'm walking, what are they doing? My distractions, the things that was trying to influence me. Because I stepped into a leadership role. Because I made some decisions. Because I was willing to sacrifice. Because I was willing to go the long route and not the easy route. The very things that was trying to pull me in, now they guess what? They doing what? They what? They following me. They're following me. Listen, can we give them a round of applause? Great job, everybody. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Thank y'all so much. In that environment, as leaders who are striving to serve, the position that you are deciding to take up, it's not going to be an easy one. It's not going to be a comfortable one. It's probably going to be one you're going to get some backlash potentially. You're going to face some ridicule potentially. But guess what? As leaders, that's what we do. So what I got right here is some pictures that I want to share with you guys. The first picture I want to point out, you see at the bottom left, is me holding my college diploma. Yeah, okay, I like that, yeah. Me holding my college diploma. And why is that so significant? Because can I tell you something? Nobody in my immediate family went to college and actually graduated. Nobody in my immediate family went to college and graduated. I was a first generation college graduate. But can I tell you something, why that's so important? Because you got to understand what I went through, y'all. You know, I grew up in the ghetto of Chicago. But what else happened to me? When my grandmother died at the young age of 9 years old, I began to move from family to family. I began to move from school to school. I began to move from community to community. And guess what? Eventually, I was put into the foster care system. Why? Because of my mom. My mom had a baby, my baby sister. And after giving birth to my baby sister, drugs was found in my baby sister's system. She was born with deficiencies, and immediately DCFS, what it's called in Illinois, got involved into my family. And they immediately took her away. They took me away. And now I'm officially in the foster care system. Now, I'm just asking a whole bunch of questions. Like, why this and why that? What's going on? And everything of that nature. And guess what? Those emotions were tough. They were challenging. And I just couldn't believe it. I was embarrassed by it. See, I'm talking about it now, but for most of my life, I never talked about that. For most of my life, I kept that tucked in right here because I was embarrassed by it. I didn't want people to know about it because I didn't want people asking questions about why am I staying with this person or why am I staying with that person? Why am I not with my parents? Right? And in the picture, you see somebody that's standing on the side of me, which is my dad. And this is so awesome because my dad wasn't in my life like that. But at this very moment, he was there with me to celebrate my graduation. He was there at that moment to celebrate with me. And that's so powerful because I'm showing these pictures because we're talking about leading. We're talking about leading and serving, right? The next picture. If you look right up there, you see me kneeling down with a young lady that's in a wheelchair. That young lady that's in a wheelchair is my mom. At this particular point in time, her health was failing her. And I had an opportunity to take this picture with her. So it was a joyous occasion, right? But at the same time, too, before my mom died, I had the opportunity to lead her to Christ. We're talking about serving leadership. But you must understand, sometimes the toughest ones to influence is your own family because they know you inside and out. Sometimes the toughest ones to serve and change the perspective of is your own family because they know you better than anyone know you. But the fact that I was leading a certain life, the fact that I made certain sacrifices, my mom respected me enough to allow me to play that role in her life. But you must also understand something too. For me to even play that role in her life, I had to do something. We're talking about the one who decided drugs over me. We're talking about the one who was the reason why I went into foster care. We're talking about the one who made me feel rejected. We're talking about the one who made me feel neglected. We're talking about the one who made me feel unloved. We're talking about the one who broke my heart. We're talking about my mom, y'all. But how did I get past all of that? I got past it because as a leader who was trying to change the culture of my family, who was trying to break the cycles of my family, there were things I realized I had to do, and I had to be willing to stand in the gap, to sacrifice and do what nobody else was willing to do. You must understand, my mom, she drank. My mom, she smoked. I said no to smoking. I said no to drinking. I said no to drugs because I said I want something different, and I was willing to sacrifice my life for that very thing that I wanted that was different. No, it wasn't easy. Yes, it was hard. Yes, it was difficult. Yes, it was trying. Yes, I cried. Yes, I wanted to give up. Yes, I wanted to throw in the towel. But you know what? I said I'm fighting for something that's greater. And what you see right there, the results is me fighting for something that's greater. Even after the passing of my mom, I conducted her funeral. But let me tell you something. It was a process to get to that point because there was one thing I had to do. I had to learn how to forgive. I had to learn how to forgive her. And you know what? When I did that, I realized the forgiveness wasn't so much about what she did to me. It was about me. The forgiveness was for me. The forgiveness was to remove the burdens that I was carrying on me each and every day. Because the thing about it is, some of you guys have been hurt by some family members and maybe your parents, and you're walking around with this burden of unforgiveness, and it's negatively affecting you. But as you walk in leadership, you have to be able to walk in a place of forgiveness, because when you can do that, then you can honestly give and serve the people you are called to serve. Because if I was still walking around with unforgiveness, I promise you, I wouldn't even be able to speak the way I'm speaking to you guys right now. I wouldn't even be able to have the positive impact that I had in my mother's life. Next picture. You see me with another gentleman down here sitting in this little room. That little room is honestly a cell where we go once a month to the Youth Detention Center. And I go there not so much to speak, not so much to talk, but I really go there to listen, y'all. I really go there to listen. And you guys are potentially sitting next to somebody that is going through something, and all they need is a willing ear and a heart to listen to what they're going through. Believe it or not, people are crying out, and there's somebody that is crying out right next to you, but you really haven't put yourself in a position or a posture to serve by listening. You don't always have to serve by doing. You can serve by listening to. You can serve by listening to. Next picture. You see me with a microphone in my hand? That's a picture of me serving as a minister, right? You see the next picture with my family, my 4 boys, amazing boys, 10 years old, 9 years old, 5 years old, 3-year-old. Amazing. They make all A's and B's in school. They're very polite. They're awesome. And my wife, who I'll be married to for 15 years this year in June. Oh, yeah, that's good. Clap right there. Why this is so significant? Why am I being transparent like this? Because in my environment, they said 1 out of 4 African-American males are going to be dead or in jail by the time they reach 18 to 21. Y'all, when I talk about sacrifice, when I talk about commitment, I'm simply talking about what I live, because you must understand, man, in this environment, I made a decision because I had a dream, and the dream that I had was, I said I want to live to see 18 or 21, and whatever I got to do to be able to make it to that point, I want to make it to that point. There's no guarantee, but I'm going to strive to make it to that point, and I'm going to strive to make it to that point by helping others, by serving others, by not doing the negative things that I've seen in my environment, but doing something different in my environment, because my environment was showing me everything that I should be, but my dream was showing me everything that I could be. My environment was showing me everything that I should be, but my dream was showing me everything that I could be. And I'm telling you, it was my dream that was driving me. It was my dream that was pushing me. It was my dream that was causing me to strive through everything that was happening in my life. Because in high school, my grandfather, who I was living with, died of lung cancer. Oh, that hurt. And why did that hurt so bad? Because I'm telling you, I wanted my grandfather to see me graduate. I wanted my grandfather to see me go to prom. I wanted him to be there, but he didn't make it. He died in my junior year of high school. And that hurt because now I'm like, where do I go now? Where do I go now? Who do I live with now? So before I graduated high school, there was a moment I was walking to my locker. Opened up my locker. It's after lunch. Opened up my locker. Got ready to close it. And y'all, I just started bawling. I just started crying uncontrollably. That really never happened to me before. I just started crying. And I didn't know what was going on. And there was a few people around me because they was at their lockers too. And they just started to try to talk to me and console me, but I couldn't get any words out. And all I know is they started walking me to my coach's office. And he just told me to sit down. I just cried until I kind of got myself together. But I realized something. Those tears was because of the weight that I was carrying, trying to be strong with everything that I was facing all this time, trying to do the best that I can do with everything that was in my environment, with everything that I was facing. And those tears was the weight just coming off of me. And honestly, sometimes, man, you just got to cry it out. Sometimes you just got to cry it out. Forget that stereotype when they talk about a man, you ain't supposed to cry. Man, bump that junk, man. If you got to cry, go ahead and cry, dog, because I'm trying to tell you, it's going to help you. You got to release that stuff. If you don't release it, it's going to cause you to burst in a negative way, potentially. In a negative way, potentially. So, for me to have a family, it was something that I didn't see growing up. My mother never married. My dad never married. The households in my environment, they were destroyed from drugs and crime and a whole bunch of different things like that. I never saw that. But the thing about it is, I saw it right here. What do you see right here? What do you envision right here? How do you envision changing the world? How do you envision making a difference? How are you willing to serve? What are you willing to do with the gift and the talent that you have? Next picture. Guess what, y'all? This is my house that I currently live in. No, it's not a mansion. I know, it's not. I showed this picture because I really want to be transparent, because society, social media, people will put expectations on you and begin to cause you to compare yourself to others. And when you begin to compare yourself to others, unfortunately, sometimes it causes you to think less of yourself. And I'm showing this house because even though it's not a mansion, I like a bigger house. I like a mansion, at one point in time. But even though it's not that, I want to show something to you guys. Is that this house is in my mind and in my heart is a mansion. And why is it a mansion? It's a mansion because those people who can be critical of you, those people who can talk down to you, guess what? They wasn't with me when I was sleeping on air mattresses. They wasn't with me when all I had was a sink to wash up in each and every day before I left out the house to go to school. They wasn't with me when I was dealing with roaches running around. They wasn't with me when I was dealing with rats running around. They wasn't with me in that environment. They didn't have to endure what I had to endure. They didn't have to put up what I had to put up. They was not with me. All they could do was talk. And I don't care about that chatter because this is my life and I want my life to be a certain way. How do you want your life to be? What are you willing to go through? What are you willing to endure? Listen, to get to where you want to go, it's not going to be a straight line. To get to where you want to go, it's not going to be easy, but you can get there if you're willing to endure it. Are you willing to endure what it's going to take for you to become the best version of you? Are you willing to do what it's going to take for you to become the best version of you? Because all of you are leaders. All of you are designed for something great. But the thing I want to remind you guys is you must begin to win from the inside out. You must begin to win from the inside out. You must begin to conquer the very thoughts that you have. You must begin to conquer the very noise that's in your head. You must begin to conquer the very noise that's in your mind. Because it's that noise when you're laying down at night that speaks the loudest. It's that noise when you walk into a room and you hear other people talking, that speaks the loudest. It's that noise. But I believe, because you're in here today, that you can tap into what's needed to get you from point A to point B. And can I be honest with you? In my life, I didn't have much money. And we're talking about serving leadership. Let me tell you how you can serve. You can serve with love. You can serve with patience. You can serve with kindness. You can serve with empathy. You can serve with a listening ear. These are ways that you can freely serve your community. These are easy ways that you can freely serve your environment. These are easy ways that you can freely serve your school. These are easy ways that you can freely serve and begin to make a positive impact right where you are. That's how I lived my life. I lived my life like that then, and I live my life like that now. Because what I realize is that I wanted to serve in the capacity that I wanted to be served. And I tell my boys this all the time: treat others the way that you want to be treated. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. I tell that to them all the time, and I live by that. I treat others the way that I want to be treated. As a leader, when you step into a room, when you step into the classroom, when you go to school, I challenge you to look for the one that looks to be underrepresented, to look for the one that looks to be down, to look for the one that looks to be mistreated, and find a way that you can serve them. Maybe all they need is a hug. Maybe all they need is a positive word. Maybe all they need is a listening ear. But I challenge you right where you are, because guess what? You're in high school now, and the truth of the matter is you are walking around with hurt people. And guess what? The older you get, the deeper the wounds get, and the more they need somebody to stand in the gap and help them. Will you be willing to stand in the gap and serve with the help that's needed around you each and every day? So today, I challenge you to ignite the servitude that is within you, because there are people that are waiting for you. There are people that are needing you, and there are people that are surrounding you each and every day that need exactly what you have. Continue to lead from the inside out, because no one would have told me, according to statistics, that said I should be in jail or dead, that I would be standing right here considering where I came from. But what you're seeing is fruit from the seeds and the sacrifice that I was willing to make throughout my life. So I stand here today serving you guys with my voice. I stand here today serving you guys with my story. I just stand here today willingly serving you guys. And wherever you go, whatever gift that you have, I challenge you to willingly serve and continue to do one thing: be yourself. Because that's how you become the best version of you, when you just decide to be who you are. When you walk boldly with your chest up and your head high everywhere you go, and you say, I'm gonna be me because I know it's greatness in me. I'm gonna be me because I know it's destiny in me. I'm gonna be me because I know it's purpose in me. When you walk like that, I guarantee the grounds that you tread on will be positively impacted by who? You. So listen, just be yourself. Don't try to be like nobody else. Be the best you that you can be. Open up your eyes and you will see just what it is you created to be. So much greatness lies in you. Many days are before you choose how it's gonna be. However you see it, just how it's gonna be. Like an artist's greatest flame, the base I'm gonna be. Put my picture in the frame so y'all remember me. Hanging on the wall of fame, the place I'm gonna be. Like a lion can't be tamed, ain't no holding me. Every day I'm giving change for what I'm gonna be. Even when it rains, remain up in my lane. Oh, how seasons change, but I remain the same. Just be yourself, y'all. Let's go.
Stay out here. Man. Woo. I got to hear that yesterday. Got to hear it again today. I just want, before he steps down and goes to the back room, I just want you guys really quickly to let it sink in. Some of the things you heard this gentleman say to you today. I want you to just imagine at your age, high school, right now. I want you to imagine your dream being to live. Like, let that sink in. At age 17, imagine your dream as you look outside and are pondering who you are, who you want to be. Imagine the dream being to just survive. And then to accomplish that dream, to go further, to graduate from college, have a family, raising his kids, standing up in front of us today, flying all the way from Alabama to come up and share his story with you. I mean, I saw everyone sitting down and clapping, and that's cool, man. That's awesome. I don't feel myself personally, and this is just my character, but I could be wrong, right? There's times I feel like people's accomplishments, meeting their dreams, we just kind of like, yeah, that was awesome. And look, y'all were, I heard the ovations from time to time. But I mean, to me, I feel like that's a standing ovation worthy thing. So let's send this guy out. Let's send him out.
Yeah.
And let's go. Give it up.
Appreciate you, bro. Love you, man.
Man, it's just inspiring, it's so inspiring. And what a privilege it is, right, to get to hear that story. So debrief real quick in your notes. My name is Brian Slater. Just for the record, I teach down the road here at Sumner High School. I have the privilege of working with all of the people you see in the blue shirts, our service ambassadors. Let's give it up real quick for our service ambassadors. Come on. Those individual kids that you see are going to be working with you today. And I want you to know that they're not here as the know-it-alls. They're not experts. I'm not an expert. The second you feel like you're an expert, you can start working on some humility and start thinking about what new can I learn, right? But they do have some experience in servant leadership. We spend years on this stuff. Every day, we spend a lot of time, and we put on this conference for you all. To recap some of the things that we heard from Mr. Great, which, how about that for a name, huh? I wish I'm Mr. Slater, my class. I wish I was Mr. Great. That's pretty amazing name. Couple things, right, that we heard. We gotta eliminate what? Everyone say it. Distractions. They're everywhere. In your notes right now, what I'd love for you to do is just capture for yourself. But I want you to just take quick inventory for yourself. What are my distractions? What are the things that are pulling on me every single day? Take inventory of those things, and then as you write down those two things, those big two distractions, I just want you to identify how are you going to turn those distractions into followers. Now, I don't mean literally. Like, I don't want you going on, how am I going to turn all the people I watch on TikTok into followers of me on TikTok, right? That's not what I'm asking you. But how do you put them behind you? I'm a teacher. I'm a high school teacher. I teach. I'm a social studies guy, right? Teaching history, and it's really hard to ignore, like with my sophomores, I have what I call my see it, take it policy. I have days where I'm like, look, if I see it, I'm taking it. Because, man, I can't compete with TikTok. I can't, man. I'm not as entertaining. I wish I was as entertaining as TikTok, but it's not fair. They get 2 minutes of your time. I need to have 90 hours of your time over one semester, right? I can't compete. And so, sometimes I got to use force instead of influence. Like, hey, put your phone away. There's a lot of distractions. So right now, I want you just to take inventory. How can you eliminate those? Or at least put them behind you? I love his story about forgiveness. We're going to be talking about that today. He said that when you serve, you can serve simply by being kind. You can serve by being patient with people. And so what I want to do today is I want to give you a tool that I teach all my students. This tool for me just helped character makes sense. So let me talk about what character is real quick. Character, as we get started, because you know that definition of leadership has that word with character that inspires confidence. It's the very end. As we look at that definition on page 9, servant leadership. And I want you to say, I'll stop. I want you ready to fill in the word on that definition of servant leadership when I get to it. So here we go. Servant leadership is what is it? Skill of influence. It is the skill. Servant leadership is the of who? Who? What people? Everyone. The people that we want to follow us. Servant leadership is the skill of influencing people to. Ooh, look at you guys showing some enthusiasm. I'm sorry. To what? Hey, there we go. To enthusiastically what? To work enthusiastically toward goals. As being for the common good. Good. Common. I love it. I appreciate you. The common good. What is that? What do we think common good means?
The common greatness, I guess, of the community.
The common greatness of the community. Yeah, let's go snap it up. Come on, give us some snaps. The common good is what? Yeah, go ahead. For the benefit of others. Where are y'all from?
Bonnie Lake.
Let's go, BL. Come on now, let's go, Panthers. Give it up for Bonnie Lake, absolutely. You all know the common good of your communities better than I know it. Right? Every community has a different common good. Now, collectively as a society, there's a greater good. There's a common good that if Bonnie Lake does their part and Sumner does their part, and any other Pierce County high schools here, Curtis High School, right? Sumner High School, right? We do all our parts. Then Pierce County's greater good is going to go up. And then, of course, we got Mountain View High School down in Vancouver, which is closer to Oregon, it feels like sometimes, right? To Portland than it is here. What time y'all get up again? They had to, you were on the road at 5, so they were up at probably 4, right? It's early. Think about this common good, right? Servant leadership is the skill of influencing people to enthusiastically work toward goals identified as being for the common good with character that inspires confidence. Now, this character piece is where I want to land. It's what I want to talk about today. Our character. Okay, let's go ahead and get these slides up here. Now, before we get into our character, just briefly, character, put this in your notes. Character is simply the culmination of the 15,000 choices you make every single day. You make at least 15,000 choices a day. Some research shows you make 30,000 choices a day. That's a lot of choices. Character is the culmination of it. And with your choices have value, and they add value. In the definition of servant leadership, your choices inspire confidence in those who follow you. And those choices have value. And in a society, we call things of value capital. Everyone say capital. Capital. They are things of value. As you get older, maybe you buy a house, maybe you have your car. That's all capital. It has value to you. So I want to help you understand how we build capital, how we maintain capital, and how we lose capital as we try to accomplish our goals for the greater good with our choices. Now, for capital and character to make sense, we got to cover a couple core truths. Number one, this is a core truth. John Maxwell, he is the man when it comes to leadership. He's like top dog, one of the big leadership studiers, right? He, in all of his work, to summarize in one sentence, he defines leadership as influence. Nothing more, nothing less. And this means that every single one of us, because we have influence, if you don't believe that you have influence, look around you. The people around you can influence you right now. If somebody gave you a little nudge with their elbow, which go ahead for fun, do that, right? Boom, you just distracted them, right? You just had influence. It's that easy. We all have people in our lives We all influence people every single day. And so that means we are all leaders. Now, because leadership is a skill, notice in that definition, it doesn't say leadership is a birthright. It doesn't say leadership is something you're born to be. We've heard that. Raise your hand if you've heard the phrase, yeah, that person's a born leader. And that can be true. Some people we can look at, man, they just came out the womb leading, right? Like that's possible, certainly. Some people we look at, we're like, man, they were blessed with gifts that I wasn't blessed with. Oh well, you're still a leader. You still have influence. Core truth number 2. So if all of us are influencers and all of us are influenced, then I want to talk about what the late Rita Pearson says in her TED Talk, Every Kid Deserves a Champion. And look, teachers, this isn't just for kids, what I'm about to be telling you. This is for you as much as it is for kids. Rita Pearson was talking about a conversation she had with another educator who said, it's not my job for the kids to like me. That's not my job. My job is to teach math. And Rita Pearson looks at this educator and she steps back and she says, I don't know about you, but here's what I know about educators. And here's what I know about kids, is kids don't learn from people they don't like. If our job as educators is to teach people things, then it must follow that if people are going to care about what you're going to say, they should like you. Challenge teachers all the time. Hey, what are you doing every single day to communicate to kids, hey, I want to be here? What are you doing in your classrooms? It screams loudly, I love you. Man, I love working with you every single day. What are you doing every single day? Because I'll tell you what, if you're not communicating that, then I'm going to add, kids have a hard time learning from people that they believe don't like them. You ever walked into a classroom and you're like, bro, this teacher doesn't like me. You ever done that? Raise your hand if you've ever felt that way. Look around you. Look around you. Think about this. Look at this enthusiasm. Man, and you know what? Hey, to every person that raised their hands, I'm sorry. That's not okay. I have the privilege of traveling around schools in the summertime talking to teachers. I tell each and every one, I'm looking dead in the eyes, that is not okay. I saw almost every hand in the room go up here. And if you believe people don't like you, teachers don't like you, your enthusiasm for learning in that classroom is going to do what? And let's make the sound real quick. Everyone go, do that. Good, good. And then let's go the other direction real quick. What are these right here? What are these? What is it? Hey, yesterday, hey, real talk for real. Yesterday we had middle schoolers here. My son is a 6th grader. He was sitting right over here front row. I told him the night before, I'm a gritty when I come out, just so you know, heads up. He said, Dad, don't you dare. Don't you do it. What do you think I did? I came out, I hit that gritty, right? Yeah, it was hilarious. But it kind of looked a little bit like the sea walk because, I don't know, it kind of looked like the sea walk when I did it. And so another adult was like, yo, hey, did you hit the sea walk up on the stage? I said, nah, they ain't ready for that yet. You guys ain't ready either. Fortnite, right? I mean, everyone, I think most people know this. I'm not very good at Fortnite. My son is. He wants me to play all the time. I'm like, when I can't pronounce the weapons, the Kamahama, I can't play a video game that has that in it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't know what it means. But I want you to look at these meters, right? So we have at the top meter, apparently this is a vehicle meter. Tells you the health of your vehicle. We have a shield meter. This tells you the health of your shield. And you have a health meter, that little plus sign, and that tells you the health of your health. And then, other people who are posing as video game characters are running around trying to reduce all those meters and win, okay? That's the point of the game. Now, because we all know these meters, okay? Because we've all seen these, like we've seen these before, I want you to imagine meters above every person's head. Okay, now here's what's crazy. I look around. Don't tell each other meters yet. You ain't ready yet, okay? But look, I have meters above my head. And here's the thing about my meters is all of you who are looking at me and you're looking at these 8 things with the master meter of influence at the bottom, Those 8 things on the top all contribute to my influence in your life. So the way that I treat you is going to contribute to how much influence I've earned. And this is tricky. When we look at these meters on the right, we call these our 8 essentials at Sumner High School. And these work everywhere, just so you know. If you do these 8 things, you are loving people. These are all actions. And my goal, and I hope your goal, when we think about the common good, when we think about character, what moves people with enthusiasm, you're probably gonna find that when you try to be those things on the right more often than the things on the left, you're gonna generate more enthusiasm in the people you lead. Think about a school. Imagine a classroom you walk into where the teacher's impatient, unkind, arrogant, disrespectful, selfish, grudge-holding, dishonest, maybe flaky. How much influence is that person gonna have in that classroom? What are those meters? Everyone, right? That's where the meters are. Like if they look like this right here, that's not a good thing. That's not good. Sometimes it's the case. Sometimes these meters aren't really fair. You know, I think about myself. So I'm a bald white guy. There's a lot of bald white guy with beards cruising around. It's a thing. It's like Harley riders. You know, Harley motorcycle rides. You know how they have that little, like, they do that little wave thing, you know, like, you know, where they're driving, sitting back. They do that cool wave. I've seen it. Okay, bald guys have a thing too. You probably just haven't seen it, and I'm not gonna tell you because it's a bald guy thing, so sorry. Join the club and we'll talk. But it's possible that your experience with bald white men with beards, you might have had some negative experiences. And then you look at this guy up here on the stage, you're like, oh, here we go. This guy's about to be disrespectful. He's about to be unkind. You know, in my experience with these men, they're impatient. And I start, the moment I open my mouth, with my meters in the red. And here's what I want every person to know in here, including the educators. It's okay. Listen, is it my fault that the people that are looking at my meters have had negative experiences in the past? Yes or no? It's not my fault, but that doesn't let me off the hook. It is still my responsibility to try to undo that meter damage. And so I tell my students this, teachers feel free to steal this. Hey, until my meters are green, call me Brian. Call me Brian. I won't be offended. It just means I'm not there yet. It's amazing how many kids come up after this lesson. I do this the first day of class. They'll come up, yo, I was going to call you Brian, but then I kept listening. I'm like, yo, you're Mr. Slater. I want Mr. Slater. That's what I'm aiming for. I've had kids who have started with Mr. Slater in the middle of the semester started calling me Brian. I'm like, ooh. But I gave them that tool. And you know what they do with it is they use it. And they're telling me, hey, adult, show me what it looks like to be humble. Show me what it looks like to be forgiving or honest. Get these definitions in your notebook. You can take pictures of this too, because I'm a teacher. Sometimes I go fast. Sometimes I go back and forth, and you're like, no. Now, I'm going to tell you a quick story. I got 6 minutes left. I told him I was going over. Again, my public apology to Katie Clonch for taking more time than I'm supposed to. But I'm going to tell you a little story about yesterday. This story's for Lake Ridge Middle School. Okay? So yesterday, after service conference, we're debriefing in here. And I'm on the mic. I got all of our service ambassadors here. We're talking about the day. We had 800 middle schoolers in here. If you're wondering why it feels smaller today, a little more quaint, it's because this year, Clonch was like, yo, let's have high school and middle school separate because 12-year-olds are really different than 18-year-olds. So can we give it up for Clonch for that idea? Right? It's just different. It's different. You are in different places in your lives right now. And so I was telling our group, hey, heads up, tomorrow's gonna be a little different. We're gonna have a smaller audience. We're not gonna have kids shrieking at the top of their lungs out of nowhere for no clear reason, right? Is there gonna be a little more maturity here, you know? Now, when we look at these meters here, okay, and we think about what I'm saying to my crew, right? Like, what's my honesty meter doing when I'm saying that? Like, I'm telling the truth. Am I right? I'm telling the truth, okay? And so we have this great debrief, and we're cleaning up, which today, by the way, we're gonna ask for your help at the end of the conference. We're gonna stack all of our chairs at the very end in stacks of 8. How many? 8 at the very end. Before we leave, we could really use your help. We're gonna save the Calvary staff here a couple hours of putting chairs away, because with 300 of us, we can put them away in 5 minutes. With 3 of them, it takes them 4 hours. So we're gonna serve them, okay? Side note, next. I'm leaving the facility, and I see the advisor from Lake Ridge Middle School. She is unbelievable. Laura Handy Nimick. The last several service conference leaders have been people from her program up at Lake Ridge Middle School. And she says, hey, yo, heads up. Hey, when you're doing your debrief on the mic, just so you know, everyone outside can hear it. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Wow, I didn't know that. Wow, that's some loud speakers. They're like, yeah. She's like, yeah. So some of my middle schoolers heard it. And I'm like, okay, and what's that? Well, you know, they kind of heard you talking about middle schoolers being immature. And I'm like, oh no. Like, put those meters up real quick. Every kid who heard that, right, was like, bro. Because look, I was being honest, right? But when we look at these definitions, man, you know, middle schoolers don't want to hear that. Relative to high schoolers, it is a developmental fact, okay? I'm not gonna stand up here and be like, middle schoolers and high schoolers are the same people developmental. It's not the truth, okay? But honesty cost me kindness, respectfulness, didn't make them feel very important, right? And so I was telling the advisor, oh my gosh, intent versus impact. It wasn't my intent to make middle schoolers feel unimportant, but it would make sense if they felt unimportant if they heard that. And some of them are coming to Sumner High School next year. And I won't be surprised if when they get here, this is what my meters look like. And that's the tricky thing about these things, is sometimes you don't even know that you're on the clock, that your meters are on the clock. Your character is never off the clock, ever. You know, I think about all those social gatherings you get invited to, and you think you're not at school, because you're not. You're having a good time drinking some Sprites with your buddies. And then one of those snaps gets sent to another person who's like, whoa, hold up, I thought you were a leader. What's going on? Everyone, right? And you're hurting our mission when you're caught on those snaps. Every single thing you do, every moment of the day, your generation is captured more than any others for the world to see. It's crazy. Your character's never off the clock. Every choice you make does one of 3 things. It's either gonna build confidence in the greater good and what you're trying to do, it's gonna maintain confidence in your mission, or it's gonna cost you confidence in your mission. Every single thing, those 15,000 choices has those results. Here's my goal for you. Hold each other accountable. I publicly never ever to go in front of an audience to people, kids, especially if I don't know them that well. My kids do it to me all the time, though. Oh, Slater, right? This morning when I was telling them about the Lake Ridge, they were like, I'm like, I know, right? And I told Lake Ridge and the advisor that I'm gonna tell Lake Ridge, I'm so sorry. Man, that was disrespectful. I didn't intend to have the impact. I didn't intend to make you feel immature, okay? But it was the impact, and I wanna acknowledge that, right? And by doing so, hopefully my meters change, but they have a forgiveness meter above their head. They get to make the choice whether they're gonna let go of the hope that things would have been different, which is how we define forgiveness. You heard Mr. Great talk about that. Letting go of the hope that things could have been different. Sometimes it takes time. When my wife and I disagree, or we have a conflict or something like that, we have a very clear agreement. Do not ask me if I forgive you, because then if I say I forgive you, What does that mean? Well, I'm only doing it because you told me to. Or you're only doing that because I told you to. Let my character breathe. Please don't ask me if I forgive you. I will tell you when I've let go of the hope that things could have been different. So that goes for you. Don't apologize and then say, do you forgive me? Let their character be on the clock. It's their character, not yours. And that's the last thing I want to leave you with. It is their character, not yours. Is your character, not mine. Now, it sounds really passive-aggressive when you say that. Oh, that's okay. It's your character, not mine, because it's like, ooh, I'm self-righteous. I'm greater than you. That's not what it means. That has been one of the most liberating things for me. When someone hurts my feelings, and it happens, it brings me great peace to know that's their character meters. I'm responsible for mine. If I disrespect them back to get even, that's my character, not theirs. Take this home with you. Talk to your parents about it. Every person you engage with every single day has meters above their heads. And it is my hope that this makes sense and something you teach your own kids. My children use the same tool. So when I tell them, wow, that was really selfless. Selfness is plus 1,000. They know what that means, that they're earning influence in my life. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your time. Use these meters. My name is Brian Slater. I want to reintroduce you to our MCs here. Come on up, Josh Lee. Let's give it up here for our boy, Josh Lee. And Sophia Watson.
All right, so we're gonna lead y'all through 2 different activities. The first one is a little bit more fun, lighthearted. The second one is a little bit more of like a serious reflection activity. So for the first activity, we need everyone to find a partner. It can be someone you know, someone you don't know. You will have to kind of stand up, so we can even use like the back of the room, you know, things like that to give a little more space. So between your 2 partners, does everyone have one? If you don't have a partner, raise your hand and we can find you a straggler.
We got one here. And then one in the back over there.
Ambassadors, if we could partner up maybe if... Okay, perfect. And then between that partnership, you're gonna need a partner A and a partner B. So choose right now, partner A, partner B. All right, partner A, raise your hand.
Partner A, raise your hand.
Partner B, raise your hand. Perfect, okay. Now we're gonna need y'all to stand up, and then there's a few more instructions for this activity. Partner B, you're gonna need your booklet and a pencil or pen. Partner B, you're gonna need your booklet. Awesome, so now partner A is gonna be facing the screen, and partner B is gonna be facing partner A. So partner B should not be able to see the screen. Partner B should not be able to see the screen. Yeah, so you can just turn that way, that's fine, yeah. You don't have to be turned away from the screen, just don't look at the screen, basically. All right, so here's what's gonna happen. There's a few more pieces of information that we need y'all to know. So there's gonna be an image put on the screen, and partner A's job is to describe the image to partner B. Partner B, you're gonna flip to an empty page in your booklet, and you're gonna draw the image that partner A is describing. There's 3 rules that you need to know, partner B. You can't look at the screen, you can't show your drawing to partner A, and partner B can't speak. Okay? I'll repeat those 3 one more time. Partner B, you can't look at the screen, you can't show partner A your drawing, and you cannot talk. Okay? Does anyone have any questions or need any? No? Okay. All right, partner B, look away from the screen. We're gonna show the image up and give y'all 2 minutes, starting now. Partner B, look away from the screen.
Y'all got 30 more seconds.
30 more seconds to describe your drawing.
Ten seconds to bring it back. 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bring it back up front, please.
Awesome. Okay. So now, partner B, you can show your drawing to partner A, and we're gonna give y'all 3 minutes to discuss the differences. If we can put the image back up on the screen. Oh my God. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
Bring it back in 30 seconds.
All right, let's bring it back here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Let's get a little check to see how many artists we have in the room. Raise your hand if your drawing was exactly the same as the picture. It was perfect. There was nothing wrong with it. Okay, we got one or two confident people. All right, raise your hand if it was similar, like you could tell what the image was. Okay, it's about half of y'all. Raise your hand if it was completely different. It's not the same picture. I don't know what I drew. Okay, there's a few of those too. Awesome. All right, we're now gonna try a second version, and Josh is gonna explain how it works. It's a little bit different.
All right, so listen up, y'all. We're gonna establish a few new rules. Firstly, partner A and partner B are gonna switch roles. So partner A, you are now gonna be the drawer, so give him the notebook. And move around so that partner A, you cannot see the board. Okay, now that we've done that, listen up. Our few new rules, and these are very important. Our new rules are this. So partner A, you still cannot look at the screen while you're drawing, but you can talk and communicate with partner B. You can also show partner B the drawing as you're doing it. Does that make sense? You can show your drawing to partner B as you're drawing it, but you still cannot look at the board. We're gonna put 2 minutes on the clock, starting right now.
Partner B, still don't look at the screen.
Do you have your phone?
Huh?
Do you have your phone?
Not up here. We can also use that timer back there. Like it's 9:30 right now. It's like 9:32 and that should bring it back.
right, 20 seconds. Y'all got 20 seconds left. All right, bring it back in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Make your finishing touches and bring it back up front. Bring it back up front, please. All right, if you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice, clap 6 times. All right, I'm gonna do a quick temperature check. How many of y'all would say your drawing is the best one in the room right now?
A lot of confident, yeah.
Like
I like
confidently
the confidence.
say it's the best one where I can pull it up and you guys could judge it. Put your hand up. I got one in the back. You? All right, I'm gonna bring this one up.
Can we put the image back on the screen for comparison?
Audrey from White River High School. All right, that's the drawing on the screen. And if you can zoom it in right here, I don't know if it'll catch it, but y'all can see this is Audrey's drawing from White River High School. Everybody give Audrey a hand. All right, now raise your hand if you felt that it was at least somewhat similar. At least somewhat similar, and raise your hand if it was still completely different.
Okay, a few of them.
Okay.
Awesome.
Nice.
So now we're gonna go into some discussion questions just based on this activity. So if you and your partner could find another pair to pair up with a group of 4 just to talk about these different things. All right. Bring it back here in 3, 2, 1. So the first discussion question we have for y'all, I need everyone's focus up here so you can hear the question, please. Okay, the first question, we're gonna give you guys a minute or 2 to discuss each question. The first one is which activity, so version A or version B, better represents servant leadership and why? So discuss amongst your groups.
Do you want me to go in the crowd after this?
Yeah, because we
Yeah, it's good. It's good. This is boring, bro. It's tough. It's good now. It's good. Seconds. About 20 more seconds. Bring it back in 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. Would anybody like to volunteer to share about how this or which model best represents servant leadership and why?
Josh is gonna go into the crowd
gonna go into the
and hand
crowd.
someone the mic to share out.
I saw his hand first. All right, your name and your school before you answer the question.
Andrew and Bonnie Lake High School.
Andrew from Bonnie Lake. And what was your answer for this question?
The second one represents servant leadership better because there's a line of communication between you two. You know, your follower, they're still like a little bit blind. They can't quite see your path, but at least you're able to communicate with them back and forth, and your job is to guide them. Whereas the first one, you know, there's no communication.
Nice.
Good.
2 claps for Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. Love that. So our second question is, which version, A or B, created the best result? So which drawing turned out better? Discuss amongst your groups.
Sean, go make sure. I don't know if it was. We got cinnamon flakes here. How are they from yesterday? They didn't know. I didn't get them off my mic. Okay. I'm gonna do that today. Waiting on them, bro. Yeah. I'm excited. Appreciate you, man. I'll try to do better today. I got you.
They were good yesterday, so can't.
It wasn't the speakers. Nice. You got the speakers right, bro. The one I put on there is actually the worst one I got. Yeah. I see it. So that's my fault. No, you're good.
All right, let's bring it back here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Can I get a volunteer for this one as to which version created the best result?
I saw this hand first.
All right, Josh is heading over.
All right, your name and your school.
I'm Taylor from Bonnie Lake High School.
Oh,
Another
another
Bonnie
Bonnie
Lake
Lake.
High School.
Wow.
All right, I gotta stop picking Bonnie Lake. All right, and your answer to the question.
We kind of said that the second one was better, because the talker could see my drawing and see how, what was wrong and kind of help me fix it. And at the same time, it kind of brought out our strengths because she's a better talker and I'm a better listener. So it kind of helped with that. So we thought that the second one was better.
Nice. 3 snaps for Taylor.
Awesome. All right, we got 2 more discussion questions for y'all for this activity. The third one is which role, so the drawer or the explainer, do you think was most vital to the activity and why? All right, let's bring it back in 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Can we get a volunteer for this question as to which one do we think was more vital?
I saw
The
right here in front
explainer
row.
or the drawer?
Name and your school, please.
I'm Matiana, and we are Curtis.
Curtis High School. Love the school pride. And your answer to the question.
We decided that both.
Oh, hold on, y'all. We need quiet, full attention, please. Thank you.
We decided that both roles were equally important and played like a keystone to the activity. Because without the seer, you didn't know what you were drawing, and without the drawer, you couldn't complete the project. So each were important.
Love it. 4 stomps for Matiana. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really good answer. That basically took the words right out of my mouth. I think the one reason I like this activity is because it's very easy to say the explainer, and I heard it too when we asked the question, everyone said explainer, I just kind of heard that little murmur, because they are essentially like the leader in this, right? They're leading the drawer to get to the bigger picture or to get to the picture itself. But in that case, without both of them, the drawing wouldn't have happened either way. So both do play a vital role. And when you take this back to your schools in terms of servant leadership, yes, you are leading other people and other students, but it's also how they are leading you too, right? You have to learn how to follow and to lead kind of at the same time, because everyone's voice is important and they deserve to be heard. So with that, we have one more final question for this activity. And it's just, in general, what do you think this activity tells us about communication and collaboration?
time.
I know.
That's the only game we're killing. Just kidding.
All right, let's bring it back here in 3, 2, 1. Thank you all for staying engaged and discussing these questions. We really appreciate it. Would anyone like to volunteer for this last question? What this activity can tell us about communication and collaboration?
I got a lot of hands this time.
We got some excitement in the back over there.
I do see. I see some enthusiasm in the back, so I'm gonna go to the back with the hat on. Excuse me. All right, state your name and your school, please.
Voices down, please, so we can hear.
Hold on, y'all. Thank you.
My name's Ming, and I go to Sumner High School.
Let's go, Sumner.
I said that there should be strategic and correlated communication between both because they both play a vital role.
Love it. 5 claps for Ming, please.
I just want to see a quick hand raise. Do y'all think this activity would have been easier if we'd given you a few minutes to like strategize as to how you were going to communicate? Or do you think, yeah? No? I see some no's, some yeses. Doesn't matter? Okay, interesting. All right, everyone can go back and find their seats. All right, yep, looks like everyone's finding their seat okay. So we're actually gonna jump right in. Voices down, please, so we can. We're actually gonna jump right into the second activity, which is a little bit more about self-reflection. So I think you all got a piece of lined paper, if I'm correct. Could we pass those out, make sure everyone has that piece of paper? And then also a pen or pencil to write with, that would be helpful.
A full piece of paper.
Yeah, the line piece,
8.5 by 11.
Yeah.
If you don't have that piece of paper by any chance, then just use your notebook.
Yeah, just an empty page in the booklet if you do not have one, but I think everyone should. All right, so the first thing we want y'all to do is at the top of the paper, write 2 blank, like just kind of an underline, because we're essentially going to give you a scenario and you're going to write a letter of advice to this person that I give the scenario for. So just to blank because it's not to an actual person. And so the scenario you have is you have a friend who's experiencing burnout. They may be involved in way too much, like clubs, activities, maybe they do sports, maybe they have a job, and they're really finding that they're getting burnt out because they have too many things on their plate. And they can't relax because every time they go and maybe try to take a break, they can't because they're just thinking of everything that they have to do for the rest of the day, the homework they have due tomorrow, everything like that. So we want this letter of advice to be to that friend, and we want it to be motivating, and we want you to give that friend actual tools that they can use, whether that's, sit outside for 5 minutes, clear their head, things like that. Just give them actual tools that they can take back with them. So we're gonna give you all 15 minutes to write this letter, and then we'll get back to you. Does anyone have any questions on it? All right, perfect. 15 minutes is on the clock. Try to keep your... Try to keep your voices down if you can so other people can take the time to reflect and think about what they want to write. Thank you. All right, we still have about 5 minutes for you to write your letters so you can continue writing. But we are, for those that are done, gonna pull up a QR code on the screen, and that's for the Doug Baldwin Q&A. So if you're done writing your letter, you can scan that QR code and start submitting questions to him. If you're not done, it'll be back on the screen a little bit later, so just keep writing your letter, don't worry about it. But that'll be up on the screen for the remainder of the time. You have about 5 more minutes to keep writing your letters. One more thing about the code, if it wasn't working for you, it should be working now, so you can try it again if you were unable to do so earlier. There's about 2-3 more minutes for those that are still writing their letters.
All right, we got about 30 seconds remaining. If you are still looking to fill out this QR code, know that the questions they can be pertaining to Doug in general, or they can also be pertaining to burnout specifically, as that is part of what he's going to be addressing in his Q&A session today.
All right, so now we are going to debrief these letters a little bit. If you're still finishing up, you can just write the last few sentences. But for this activity, we are going to get into partners. If you feel as though your letter is like you were thinking of a specific person, you don't want it to be seen by another person, that's totally fine. Like, you do not have to be in a partnership. But for those that are okay with your letter being seen by another person, go ahead and get in a partnership right now. You can talk amongst yourselves, doesn't matter, either way.
Okay, and raise your hand if you do not have a partner still, or if you are looking for one.
I also just had, all right, let's bring it back here in 3, 2, 1. I also had a really good question for that QR code. We're not gonna announce the names of who wrote a question if it's a personal question, things like that. So we're just gonna say the questions, and we're just gonna pick a few. It is supposed to be about mental health and burnout, things like that. So those are gonna be the kind of questions that we're catering to for that Q&A, but not all the questions are gonna be able to be read because there's a lot of them. Now, back to the activity. We're gonna have you and your partner, if you have a partner, switch letters to each other. And then let's just choose a partner A and a partner B again amongst yourselves. And exchange names too. You should know each other's names. All right, raise your hand if you're partner A. Raise your hand if you're partner B. All right, here's what's gonna happen. So partner A, you're gonna read the letter first, so you're gonna read partner B's letter to them. So that blank at the top is gonna be to partner B's name. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions? So partner A is reading partner B's letter. At the top, it's gonna be to partner B's name. Read the letter to them. All right, we're gonna give you all a few minutes to do that. All right, once you're done reading your letter, let's bring it back here. Oh, some people are still reading, but once you're done reading your letter, you're then gonna switch, and partner B is gonna read to partner A, same format. Yeah, if you are in a group of 3, you can just do a little rotation. I don't know if were you in 3? Yeah, just do a little, you know. Can everyone raise their hand if you need more time? If you're not done reading your letters? Okay, a little more time. You guys can take more time if you're not done reading. That's totally okay. All right. And now you can hand back. You should have now your original letter that you wrote. And as a final step, we want you all to write your name at the top of that paper where that blank was, the one that you just should have had read to you. And now, through that perspective of this letter's not just for a person, it's actually for you, we have a few discussion questions. So, in your partnership, find another pair, so group of 4, so we can discuss these. If you were by yourself, just find another partnership, do a group of 3 or group of 5. Totally fine, doesn't matter. The first question we have for y'all is, what did you write in your letter? What tools or pieces of advice did you give? First question, discuss amongst yourselves. What piece of advice did you give? All right, we have about 1 minute left. 1 minute left. I stopped it. All right, let's bring it back here in 3, 2, 1. All right, do we have a volunteer to share just one piece of advice that they had? One that you think would be beneficial for others to hear? Josh is going to go back.
Warriors hat right here. All right, and what was your name and school?
So my name is Jin, and I'm from Curtis High School.
And Jin, what was your word of advice?
So my word of advice to Mr. Lindbergh is that download the Google Calendar so that you can see your time organized and find some free time to yourself, treat yourself well. Yep.
Nice, staying organized. Give a round of applause. Thanks, Jen.
Awesome. We're going to move into the next question, which is, so you wrote the letter with the intention of it being for the person in the scenario, right? Or if you're really smart, you knew what you're doing, maybe you wrote it to yourself, I don't know. But is the way you spoke to the imaginary person on the letter different than the way you speak to yourself in your everyday life? And why do you think that is? Here, maybe? Wait, that's cute. You're so good with the camera. What? All right, let's bring it back up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Do we have any volunteers about the way you spoke to the person in the letter versus the way you speak to yourself usually?
I got one far right here.
Is that Bonnie Lake, Josh?
Yeah, I might have called on you earlier. Not the same? Okay. What was your name and your school?
I'm Caden from Mountain View.
Nice. And what was your answer to this question?
I feel like I talk to myself worse because, like, why would I put others down when you can only bring them up to motivate them to do better things?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
Round
you.
of applause for Caden.
Yeah, I really like that testament. I think a lot of times we can really be our own worst critics, right? We criticize ourselves way too much, and I know I'm guilty of it. And that's something that I'm working on, and something that I think kind of carries with you for the rest of your life. You have to learn how to love yourself and have that positive mindset that you have towards other people, right? We can't love other people unless we love ourselves too. So, our last question about this is, in terms of the fact that we are our own worst critic, and that's kind of how we view ourselves sometimes, how do we think if we changed our perspective, had a more positive impact on how we view ourselves, our perspective of ourselves, how would this benefit ourselves in terms of mental health, in terms of de-stressing? What kind of impact do you think that positive talk towards yourself would have on you? That's our last discussion question for this. All right, let's bring it back up here one last time for these discussion questions. Does anyone want to volunteer for this one? How talking to yourself positively can impact your mental health? All of those things. Josh is
I got
gonna...
a hand right here in the front. All right, your name and the school that you're from?
All right, my name is Pierce Steele. We're from Glacier Peak High School.
All right, and your answer to this question?
I think it's like a blessing and a curse at the same time. If you talk to yourself, it gets you into the right headspace. It de-stresses you a lot, but it also drives you to a good place. Like, I don't know, I was talking to them, I think chefs, a big one, when they make their food, it's like, it's never quite right, and that's what drives them to perfection. So if you always have that caveat of, I can improve and it's healthy for me to improve, then it gets you to a good place.
Awesome, thanks, Pierce.
Awesome, thank you. I really like this question, so maybe we'll take one more volunteer, if anyone else wants to volunteer for this question.
All right, somebody from the back. I saw a hand here somewhere. Here we go. Your name and your school?
My name's Kathy, and I'm from Holy Names Academy.
And your answer to the question?
We talked about, if you're more positive towards yourself, you can try new things, and then you go out of your comfort zone more often, and then, you can explore, new activities or meet new people.
Thanks, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. I love that in the sense that, when we talk positively to ourselves, right, that's the only way we can get out of our comfort zone, because if you talk negatively, there's no way you're going to do things that you're not comfortable with, because you're going to force yourself into thinking you can't do it. But when you have that positive talk going outside of your comfort zone, that's kind of what pushes you out of that comfort zone. So I love that. Thank you. Now, Josh is going to announce our next speaker of the day.
All right, so before I do that, if we could bring the QR code back on the screen, just here for a second, giving y'all one more opportunity to submit any questions, especially considering now, after going through that exercise, if anything has come up, if you want to scan that and submit any last minute questions here. So I'll give y'all a minute to do that. And then after the minute, I'm gonna have phones go away as we introduce our next speaker. Raise your hand if you need more time with that. Okay, a couple hands, maybe another minute, 30 seconds. All right, with that being said, it is now our absolute honor and privilege to introduce our next speaker of the day. He goes by the name of Doug Baldwin. Now, if you don't know, Doug is the former Super Bowl champion and Seattle Seahawks wide receiver of 7 years. He has since retired and is now working in the nonprofit industry, specifically in the state of Washington. He is the co-founder of Vault 89 Ventures with Ventrix and established the Family First Community Center in Renton, which aims to invite all members of the community. Doug was also named Washington State Humanitarian of the Year Award and is now working alongside his wife and 3 children to improve our community. Also joining Doug on stage will be Sumner High School's very own Kenza Kramer, who is a student leader here at the school and will be leading the Q&A session with some of the questions that y'all asked. So with that being said, please give a warm service welcome to the two, Doug Baldwin and Kenza Kramer.
What's up? Good morning.
Y'all ready?
Good morning. There we go. Let's do this.
Are we ready? Okay. I got a first question for you. I just want to say first, though, it has been an absolute honor to sit up here with you. We've met very briefly before this, but for the crowd, I'm Kenza Kramer. I'm a senior at Sumner High School. Go Spartans. Yeah. I'd like to thank you so much for being here. We really, truly appreciate your time and your generosity. And we do totally acknowledge that you're very, very busy. So we kind of want to know, like, what you've been up to.
I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm tired. I got a little sick last night. I got 3 daughters at home, 3 years old, 2 years old, and 7 months. I think my 7-month-old gave me something. So I'm still recovering. I'm good, don't worry, you're not gonna get sick, but children. Honestly, when I retired from football, it was a really hard stage in my life because I had been playing football since I was 6 years old, if you could imagine, right? That's all I had known. So my entire schedule, my entire habits, right? My routine was all based on football. And so when I left, I had to figure out, sorry, I was about to cuss. I'm not gonna do it. I had to figure out who I was again. And that was really, really challenging. And I'm still figuring that out, right? But leaving the game, it forced me to look internally about who I really was and how I was showing up in the world. And I've been on that journey, still on that journey, and now having 3 kids and being a father and a husband, just life is changing. My perspective on life is changing. And that's where I'm at right now.
Absolutely, thank you so much. So we have an audience of high schoolers today. Yesterday it was middle schoolers, but they've got a little more experience a little more years of life, but they're still pretty much at the beginning. Is my good? Perfect. And so my question for you is, what would it be like for you to be sitting in their seats right now, backs hurting, and to look up at yourself? Like, what advice, what would it feel like? Just put yourself in their seats.
Man, I honestly, I think about this age a lot because when my daughters get to your age, I'm terrified. I am. You all have to deal with things that I didn't necessarily have to deal with at your age, right? Social media, that was just coming into the picture when I was your age, right? I told this to the young folks yesterday. Do you guys remember the Nokia brick phone? No, you don't. Stop lying. The older folks do. Yeah. Snake. Remember Snake? Yeah. You guys don't know anything about that. You're on your iPhones and your Androids. No, so, if I'm sitting in your shoes now and I'm thinking about the world as it is, I'm also thinking about how do I show up in this world? How do I navigate all the challenges that you all have to face to be the best version of myself in the world today? I don't necessarily have that answer for you. But I will say that you all are the future of our society, of our world. And so I'm gonna give you, I guess, my perspective at this age, at my age, 34 years old, right? Not saying it's right, I'm just saying this is what I have to give you, to offer at this age. But you all have to navigate and figure out how do you show up in this world to make this world a better place. And when we get to the end of this, I'll have a more call to action for you, but I think you sitting in these chairs now is just a reflection of, number one, you want to be here. 2, you're thinking about your life currently and what your future is going to look like. And number 3, look to the people next to you. You have influence over those folks. And so when you show up in the world, how do you impact the person that's next to you? How are you thinking outside of yourself to impact the world in a better way? In a positive way. I'll stop there. I have a lot to say, I'm sorry. We'll get to it.
Yes, we will. So you mentioned in there that we talked about influence, how these kids can look to their left and their right and see people that they do influence. When did you personally...
I think can you turn my mic down a little bit?
We can also switch mics. Okay. So when did you realize that you had influence?
There's some Sumner High School students in here, right? Do you all know who Brian Slater is? Okay, so I was introduced to Mr. Slater probably about 10, 11 years ago, and he invited me to his classroom to learn alongside the students that he was teaching. And it was in his classroom, in that experience, where I finally, or I shouldn't say finally, for the first time, I was given the language of influence and leadership and how those two interact with each other. And just as I mentioned to you, all of you in this room, you're sitting next to somebody, right? So you could be on your cell phone, not listening to me, right? And the person next to you could then be distracted looking at your phone, looking at what you're doing. It's a simple analogy, but that's the influence, that's the impact that you have on the person next to you. But if you take that on a grander scale, you think about how this world revolves, right? You all have influence. And when I say influence, I don't necessarily mean social media influence, although that is a category in the influence when I say this. Look, I'm gonna harp on social media for you guys because I think we all know that there's challenges that come with social media. And it's very relevant to me because I have a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old, and I'm trying to figure out, I was about to cuss again, trying to figure out how do I help them navigate this world, right? Influence. You all have it, which means you're also leaders, which means you can't take that for granted. And I'm stressing this to you all because, again, I have a 3 and a 2-year-old and a 7-month-old at home. You all are going to be the folks that they're interacting with when they're older. And so how you impact the world is how my children are going to view the world. You feel it. And you have influence in that. And you're leaders in that. And I just hope that you don't take that for granted. And so I appreciate Brian Slater and the teachers at Sumner High School that gave me that language, because it's so important for us to realize that and not take it for granted.
Absolutely. For you personally, what did influence like when you were a high schooler? Do you have any moments, memories of anything where you were like, holy crap, I just touched that person's life, or I just impacted them negatively, positively? When did you realize?
So this actually, I didn't fully recognize this until probably about a year ago. So as I told you all, I played football since I was 6 years old. And so, you know, through that time, you build a lot of relationships. You know a lot of people, right? Especially in the small town that I grew up in. And there was this quarterback. His name was Brad McGuire. And he played in the Little League team against me. He was on the rival team. And then when we got to high school, we played on the same team. And it was about a year ago that he lost his life in a car accident. And, you know, I didn't fully realize back then at high school what kind of impact he made on my life. So I'll give you some context. So the area I live in, it's not a very progressive area, right? It's very conservative. And there's folks there that think conservatively about a lot of things, right? Including race. Brad McGuire was not one of those folks. He was a safe place for one of the few black kids in that community. And I realized, you know, reflecting back on his life after he passed away, the impact that he had on me. You know, like, when you're in unsafe environments, or you feel like you're in unsafe environments, you look for those safe havens, right? Brad was one of those. And so not necessarily the impact that I had on his life, but the impact that he had on my life. That was in high school. And the man that I am today, the way that I think about the world, the more of the compassion and understanding and empathy that I have for even folks who don't agree with my views or don't like my views, was because of Brad, partly because of Brad. And you all, in high school now, you all have that impact and that influence and that leadership ability that you can't take for granted. And so All right, we'll stop with that question.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that answer. That was fantastic. So you've obviously have a huge place of influence in this area. How does that like make you feel? Because I feel like a lot of these kids looking out right now, like they're kind of the future, and they like some of the people in this room might have the level of influence you have. How does that like make you feel? Try and explain to them what that's like.
Yeah, I mean it's a responsibility that you have, and I know maybe at the high school level you don't necessarily understand that fully, but the decisions that you make today, they impact your life 10, 15, 20 years from now. I know, again, trust me, I was in your shoes and in these seats not too long ago, so I get it. It may be hard to fully understand and recognize that the decisions you make today are going to impact your life when you're 20 years from now, right? But they do. And I hope you guys recognize that. And the influence or the however you show up in the world right now, that also impacts the world 20 years from now. I know, it's crazy. It's probably really, really hard to understand that right now. But the things that I learned in high school, even in middle school and in college, all of those lessons that I learned from attempting to be whatever it was I was trying to be and failing at that, right? And that journey of trying to figure out who I am, which a lot of you are going through right now, all of those lessons I'm applying now as a father to a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 7-month-old. And I'm still failing. But what I'm learning is that those failures, they're actually the stepping stones for me to get to the better place that I want to get to. And all of you are going through that right now. And in some ways, in a safer environment because you don't have kids right now, hopefully. If you do, God bless you. But the point is that you all right now are in a time and a space in your life where you can make mistakes, you can learn from them, and then in 20 years from now, you will be a better person because of the lessons that you learned through those mistakes. And whatever influence you have now, you're also teaching the person next to you those lessons that you can learn. You're teaching them how to navigate in the world, to be a better person, to make this world a better place. And again, I'm asking you to do that because my children will be impacted by the decisions you make today. Fair? Yeah.
So we've talked very much about the kind of end game, you have influence, but one of the questions from you guys out here was kind of like step one almost, and they asked, shout out to you, what is the best or simplest way to serve others that are around in their daily life?
Beautiful question. I said this to the middle schoolers at the end of my time with them yesterday. Just be kind. Just be kind. It's that simple. It's really that simple. We try to complicate life, and life is complicated in a lot of ways. But when you break it down to the simplistic version of life as you move through life and you journey through it, we're guaranteed to interact with other people. Think about that. No matter what you do in life, you are guaranteed to interact with other people. And as I just mentioned, you will have influence over those people to some degree. So how should you move in the world around those people? You should just be kind. Just be kind. This was the call to action that I was going to leave to the end, but I'll just say it now. It could be something as simple as when you walk through a door and you see somebody else coming to walk through the door, hold the door open for them. It's that simple. Just be kind. And the whole purpose of that is that you take yourself and you get outside of yourself and you realize that the world doesn't revolve around you. Right? My daughters are teaching me that. I've had to learn some hard lessons, but my daughters are teaching me that the world doesn't revolve around me. And my 3-year-old, she's gonna have to learn some hard lessons that the world doesn't revolve around her. That she has to learn how to be kind. And so if you're asking me, how can you all navigate through the world and be the best versions of yourselves? It's to think about others and to simply just be kind. That's my answer.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Another question from the crowd. So we're gonna do a little bit of a switch up. And we've talked about influence, so it's definitely relating to that. They're asking what moments while playing football made you change the way that you look at people in this world? And you kind of touched on that when I asked you about your high school experiences with leadership.
Yeah. You know, going into the NFL, you meet people from all walks of life, right? You got people who come from all over the country, who come from different parts of the world, and when you get to know them, you realize that they have a different experience, vastly different experience than you may have. And you know, I was fortunate enough to spend 8 years in the NFL and have some wonderful friends that I had met when I was a rookie, and I still talk to them to this day. And when I hear their stories about their childhood and how they grew up, I recognize that there's a lot of trauma there for a lot of these guys that play in the NFL. And I think some of you in this room can relate. Childhood trauma is a real thing. We can't ignore it. We can't act like it doesn't exist, but it's a real thing. And as I heard these stories and more stories, and now as I'm the youngest board member of the Clemency and Pardons Board for the state of Washington, and we hear cases once a quarter, and every one of these stories has childhood trauma. Every one. And I realize that all of us on this rock that's tumbling through space, that's circling around the sun, we're all humans trying to survive and thrive on this planet. And so I look at my neighbor and I'm a little less judgmental. I'm a little more empathetic. I'm a little more kind. I'm a little more understanding. I recognize when somebody's mean to me, it may not have anything to do with me. They just may be going through a tough time. And if I could step back and take a moment to just be kind, maybe my influence and my impact on that person's life could actually make them heal, or at least get on the journey to healing, because they recognize what empathy, being truly seen, and what love truly is. So to answer your question, what I've learned is that we are all unique in our life experiences, and I can't judge a book by its cover. And the only way for me to understand truly who you are and how you navigate through the world is to actually get to know you. And that means taking me outside of myself to learning about somebody else. And imagine, think about, if we did that, think about how much better the world would be.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm gonna shift our gears a little bit because we talked about leadership, we talked about influence, and I want to talk a little bit about burnout, which has been touched on just a little bit in your guys' last activity with the letters. And I know that, and I'm sure that you guys know that you did some very hard things in your time in college. You got a degree in science and technology and society, played D1 football. How did you manage to juggle those responsibilities?
Not very well. If I'm being honest, it was a struggle. If you can imagine, I went from Pensacola, Florida to California to go to school. So I was all on my own, right? And going to California, that was a culture shock for me. Again, I mentioned to you what I grew up in. California was the opposite. And so that was a culture shock for me. And I did. I experienced burnout. I experienced a lot of challenges that I wasn't anticipating going into college, so much so that my junior year I almost quit. I called my mom up. I was like, hey, I don't know if I can do this. You either got to find a way where I don't play football and I can stay here, or I'm going to come home. And luckily, my mom is a strong woman and kicked me in the butt and told me, suck it up and stay there. And I did, and the rest is history. So I'm grateful for my mom for that. But the lesson that I learned in that is that you will experience burnout in your lifetime. You will experience challenges that may seem daunting and unbearable at the time. But guess what? That's life. It's life. How you respond to those challenges defines who you really are. Every time you are faced with an obstacle, with hardship, think about this. That hardship, that challenge is strengthening your endurance. It's strengthening your perseverance, right? You can't grow simply by just easing through life, right? Think about it this way. As a football player, we had to work out, right? What is working out? I don't know if you guys know this, but when you work out, it's basically you're tearing your muscles. So you tear your muscles, and then you recover, you give it water, you hydrate, you give it food, nutrients, and then it heals, and then it grows stronger. It's the same thing about the obstacles and challenges you face in life. They are opportunities for you to grow, for your endurance and your perseverance to grow, which, by the way, the decisions you make today impact who you are 20 years from now. So you will face burnout. But I hope when you face burnout, don't look at it as the end-all be-all, because it's not. Look at it like a joyful moment that you're going through a hard time, and you know that if you face it fully and you learn the lessons that are being given to you in those moments, that it's going to strengthen you when you get through it. And that's how we become better people. That's how we become stronger people. That's how we become a stronger society. So don't shy away from that.
Absolutely. And for the audience, I would actually love for you to define burnout so they can get their little pens out and they can write it down if they'd like to, but I'd love for them to have your textbook definition burnout for you.
I don't have a textbook definition of burnout. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When I think of burnout, I think about just whatever you're in, whatever you're doing, there's a point where you say, I can't do this anymore, right? I think that's what we would define burnout as, right? We all face that in life. I'll be honest with you. There was several nights when my children were really young when they would not go to sleep. And I'm just like, I can't do this anymore. But you gotta find a way. You gotta figure it out. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you continue to do what it is that you're doing that's causing you burnout. It's actually, that's a moment in time where you say, okay, stop. Let me observe myself in this moment. What is going on, right? What is this perceived threat or this perceived challenge that's in front of me, and let me actually pay attention to it. Because again, if you learn the lessons that it's providing you, it's gonna strengthen you. So you gotta observe it. You actually gotta pay attention to it. But at the same time, when I go back and I say, like, you're going to experience burnout. And with that, the clinical book text definition of burnout is just when you're in a situation and you feel like you can't go on. You can't do it anymore. Trust me. You're going to experience that in life at some point. And it's okay. It's okay. Learn the lesson that it's providing you and keep moving.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, will you tell me in the room just a moment of burnout for yourself?
Okay. This was September of 2021. I had just started a master's program for whatever crazy reason. Keep in mind, at this time I had two young children. So I had just started a master's program. And then at the same time, I was asked to take over this startup company that I was advising for. So they asked me to come and be the CEO for this company. I said yes, for whatever crazy reason. And I remember I was sitting outside with my wife and we were talking. She was talking, I don't remember what she was talking about. But I remember I was sitting there in my head thinking about all the things that I had to do. And I remember I was like rocking back and forth. And my wife looked at me, she's like, are you okay? And then I stopped and I observed myself and I was like, I think I'm having a panic attack right now. And the reason being is because I had all these responsibilities plus my family, and I could not do it all. I was burned out. And what I just said to you all is it doesn't mean that, yes, look at these challenges as opportunities to learn and to grow. Doesn't mean that you continue to go through it, right? So I made a decision in that moment. I was like, okay, I have to drop this master's program. I can't do it. I accepted this role as the CEO of this company. They expect me to do it, so I have an obligation to them. The only thing that I can drop is this master's program. That was a really hard decision for me. My ego didn't want me to drop it. My ego thought that I could do it all, but it was clear that my body was telling me that you couldn't. And so I had to drop my master's program. That's probably the crowning moment of me realizing that I had to learn to say no. Yeah, that's a big lesson for me that I'm still learning, is that I gotta learn to say no. People ask me to do stuff all the time, and because I want to help people and because I wanna be available and because my ego likes to feel that affirmation, I say yes. And so I have to learn to say no. And I offer that to you all as well. Again, reflect on what's important for you, what's healthy for you. Learn to love yourself. And it also means saying no to yourself sometimes. So I offer that to you guys.
Absolutely. Everyone should write down, say no, underline it twice, do like an arrow, and then exclaim it, and then underline it again. Because I think that is the keystone of this all. I got another question from the crowd, which I think you might have touched on in that say no piece. But they want to know, how do you deal with feelings of being stuck in burnout and unmotivated and like you'll never get out of it?
That's a great question. I don't want this to come off the wrong way, okay? So forgive me. Give me grace if this comes off the wrong way. But what I have learned at this stage in my life, and I could be wrong, I'm just offering you my perspective at this age, is that when you are so focused internally on what's going on in your world, you lose sight of the bigger picture, right? Let's take social media, for example, right? When I was in football, it's an entertainment business, right? So my job was to get people to like me. And part of that was on social media at the time. And so if I was to post something and I didn't get many likes, that impacted me. But that's so irrelevant to the bigger picture of life and to this world, right? So I had to learn to not get so caught up in the things that did not matter. And I had to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. What is actually life truly about? What am I actually here to do? What am I actually doing? And part of that is, again, zooming out, not thinking so much about yourself, but thinking about another person, the people of this world. And when you zoom out, you realize that there are billions and billions of people on this planet. You are just a microcosm in the entire grand scheme of things. When you zoom out and you have that perspective, sometimes it helps you deal with that burnout and with those challenges and with the anxieties that we face, right? When I was going through that period of time where I was like, I don't even like calling it a panic attack, right? It's kind of, my ego inside is kind of embarrassed to say that because it's like, genuinely, I got a pretty good life. My wife is amazing. My daughters are amazing. What am I tripping about, right? I was so internally focused about what was going on with me that I wasn't zooming out and realizing like, nah, this ain't even a real problem. Don't do the master's program. You can do it in the future if you wanted to, right? Like, zooming out gives you that perspective. And I know it's really hard to do, especially in high school, because we're all trying to find ourselves at this age, right? And you're so focused on like, who am I in this world? Where's my value? Take the time to zoom out. And the best practice you can do to do that, I don't know if you guys have heard this, but meditate. Meditate. And when I say meditate, I don't necessarily mean like, that's not what I'm talking about. Breathe. Focus on your breathing. And realize that breathing is a subconscious mechanism. You don't have to think about breathing. Isn't that amazing? You don't even have to think about breathing. So we don't focus on it. We don't think about it, right? Take the time just to be quiet and focus on your breathing, and trust me, it'll give you some perspective. But zooming out and realizing that the world doesn't revolve around you, that is a gift that I give to you that I am also learning right now.
Okay, so I got 2 more questions for you. The first of the last is, how'd you continue to lead through burnout and through unmotivation and through some obviously pretty hard things?
Yeah, love. That's really what it comes down to, is love. My wife, she is annoyed with how much I talk about love. I mean, don't get me wrong, she knows that I love her and she likes that I talk about love, but she's probably tired of me talking about it all the time. And when I say love, people ask me, okay, well, how do you define love? This is how I defined it. Love is patient and it is kind. It does not boast. It does not brag. It does not demand its own way. Okay, did you guys hear me? I'm gonna repeat that one more time. Love is patient. It is kind. It is not boastful. It does not brag. It does not demand its own way. And when you're going through challenges in life, it's really hard to have that concept at the forefront of your mind and to navigate the world with that concept. It's really, really challenging. It's really, really challenging. But I think if you zoom out and you look at our world, that's the problem. That's the problem. We're not patient and kind with each other. We're not thoughtful and empathetic. We're not loving to our neighbor who is just trying to survive and thrive on this rock that's tumbling through space. Right? Zooming out and looking at the bigger picture. So how do you navigate it? You try your damnedest to love your neighbor. That's what you do. That's what you do. And it'll come back around full circle. Because if you're going through a hard time, what is the thing that we want the most? Somebody give me, just blurt it out. What do you think human beings crave the most? Say a little bit louder. Who's belonging, connection, acceptance. What did you say? Affection, connection, attention, appreciation. What else? Encouragement. What else? Comfort. What else? What would you say? Happiness. What else? Wait. Somebody said it. Love. It's just love. And you know how I know this? You know how I know this? Because I have a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 7-month-old. They don't care about anything other than knowing that they are loved. When my daughter wakes up in the morning, she doesn't care what her hair looks like. She doesn't care what clothes she's wearing. She doesn't care how much money we have. She doesn't care what food she's gonna eat. She wants to know, does daddy love me? Period. And all of you, at one point, you were that 3-year-old wondering, am I loved? And that's all us as humans, that's all we want. That's all we want. All the things you just named, you could wrap all that up and summarize it with one word, love. And so when you navigate this world, look to the person next to you and love them. Now, I don't necessarily mean be in love with them. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is be patient, be kind, don't be boastful or bragging, and don't demand your own way. We are all humans on this planet just trying to survive and thrive. And if you see each other that way, again, just imagine how much better our world would be.
Absolutely. So I lied earlier. That was actually our last question. We are at time, but I would like for you guys to give the biggest standing ovation you possibly can for this dude taking time out of his day.
Test. One more round of applause for Doug Baldwin, everybody. I wanted to take a second to kind of debrief some of the things we heard today. Firstly, Doug talked about understanding the influence that you have on the world around you, right? Your decisions that you make on a daily basis right now, not tomorrow, not when you get to college, the things that you're doing right now impact the world around you. And it impacts not just yourself, but like I said, the world in 20 years, 30 years, right? So how you show up in the world right now is so important to how the world looks like around us tomorrow. Doug also mentioned that failures are a stepping stone to navigate the world, right? And a lot of us think about failure. I know we talked a lot about like self-talk, right? If you're striving for a goal, you're not striving for that goal to fail and not get it. So in that sense, nobody wants to fail. But that failure is so necessary. That failure, that suffering that comes as the failure produces perseverance, and that perseverance builds character, and that character builds hope, right? He also talked about kindness. What is kindness? Kindness, first of all, is simple. Kindness, in this complicated world that we live in, kindness is so simple, right? Because we're guaranteed to interact with people around us like we are doing right now. So what was Doug's word of advice? Just be kind. Bradley McGuire was kind. And my question to you is, how can you show up in the lives of others like Brad did? So that's something to think about. Doug also talked about zooming out and making yourself smaller in your own world. And I know with all the responsibilities that y'all have as high school students, it's hard to do that because every single hour of your life is dedicated to yourself, right? But in the same sense, you can make yourself smaller in your own world and still accomplish the things that you do on a daily basis. It just requires a little bit more humility. And finally, Doug talked about loving your neighbors, loving the people around you. We can all go with a little bit more love. So with that being said, I have a question for y'all. So take a moment to reflect on this. Knowing what you do now about burnout, how would you change what you wrote in that letter to yourself from earlier? So the things that we took away from Doug's Q&A session, knowing what you do now from that session, what is something that you would change in that letter that you wrote earlier? Because obviously when you were writing the letter, you didn't know that it was going to yourself. So if anybody, I guess I'll give y'all a minute or so to think about that. And if anybody would like to share any significant changes, please raise your hand. But I'll give y'all a minute or so. Feel free to talk with the neighbors around you. Bringing it back in 30 seconds. And 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, does anybody have anything to share with everyone? We have a hand back here. All right, your name and your school that you're from?
I'm Matthew, and I'm from North Kitsap High School.
And Matthew, what would you change in that letter that you wrote?
So in the letter that I wrote, I basically talked about how burnouts and stress were just a problem that people can avoid if they find the right resources. But after listening to Doug, I understand now that stress and burnouts are important for learning, and without them, we wouldn't be able to grow as people. So we really need to understand that burnouts aren't just things that we can avoid. They're obstacles that we need to learn how to adjust to and learn from to become better people.
Love it. Thank you, Matthew. All right, cool. With that being said, I'm going to send y'all off to lunch. We have until 11:30, so please be back here in this auditorium ready to go by 11:30. Enjoy your lunch, everyone.
check, check, check. Okay, I just wanted to give y'all a quick heads up. Antonio Great, who did our very first speak, is out in the lobby. If y'all want photos or a little quick convo, he's out there and he's ready to talk to you guys. So that's it.
right, everyone, it looks like we're wrapping up lunch, so if we could throw away our trash and make our way back into the main room. Those that are outside in the common area, if you can make your way back to the main room, we'll get things started. You can throw away your trash in the trash cans in the common area. Don't think there are any in here. If we can make our way back to the main room. We're gonna have our next speaker in about 5 minutes, so if we get everyone to the main room, please. Wrap up your lunch if you can, thank you. Looks like we're waiting for a few more people. If you can make your back to the main room, please, from the common area. We're gonna get started here in about a minute. All right, if I could get everyone's attention back up here. We're gonna continue with the conference, coming back from lunch. Hopefully you got some good stuff to eat. All right. Could I get everyone's attention up here, please? Thank you. So, I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. He is currently living in Southern California when he's not traveling the world. He's an avid backpacker, loves nature photography. He currently works for a company called Elastic, in which he recruits lawyers. Elastic is a leading data management company. And he's also a senior counselor at the Association of Washington Student Leaders Mount Adams Leadership Camp. This is a camp that is near, yep, I heard someone cheering, that's near and dear to my heart because he was actually one of my counselors when I went to camp in high school. And he was one of the people that taught me what it means to be a servant leader and how to truly serve those around me for the betterment of both myself and the other person, how we can grow together. So it is my pleasure and a privilege to be able to introduce your next speaker, Michael Lane Smith.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for making space for me today. This is my maybe 4th or 5th service conference. 12 years ago, I was here as a student volunteer as a blue shirt. I was invited to volunteer again several other years. And I keep coming back. I keep coming back because servant leadership is real. This stuff works. When you practice influence, you really can change your community. You can improve it for the better. Now, 12 years ago, I was a junior in high school, and I saw myself as new to Washington State, as the new kid still. I'm a military brat. Are there any other military brats in the audience today? I see y'all. I see you. As a military brat in a military family, you move every 3 or 4 years. And as a child, that means you build a relationship, you make friends at schools, and then you leave. And then you leave. And that's really tough. So by the time I got to middle school, I was rejecting connection. I was rejecting all the things that would have made me feel community because I didn't want to get hurt again. I didn't want to get hurt. Can anyone else relate to that? Yeah. Now, I did track and honors, track, individual sport, didn't really have to talk to many people. I did honors classes because I was in a household where I was going to go to college. Like, it wasn't really an option for me. Like, that's what was going to happen. And I dove in. I dove into those things, and I really avoided everyone else. I made probably 4 full years without making meaningful connections in my school. I felt strongly that being involved was for the people that knew each other. I didn't know many people, so I was fine with that. Taking a step back, kind of shirking my own responsibility to be a part of my community. I had my headphones up, I had my hood on, and I was lonely. I thought I was the mysterious kid, like that's who I wanted to be, but let's be honest, I was lonely, right? Now, one day, I was walking through the halls of my high school, headphones in, hood up, and I was stopped. I was stopped by a tall brunette girl in my school. She was a senior at the time, cheer captain. Her name was Brittany, and she stopped me and she said, "Hey, what's your name?" I said, "It's Michael." "What's yours?" She said, "I'm Brittany. Would you like to come volunteer at a community dinner event on Saturday?" Now, I was this like lonely, sad junior, headphones in, hood up, and the captain of the cheerleading squad was inviting me to help out at an event. So I said yes, as most boys might, my age. And so I went, and I held the door. And as I was holding the door, I was watching. I was watching Brittany, and I was watching the other ASB leadership kids, because I wanted to know if they were for real. This girl had stopped me in school, had made a connection with me. I didn't trust her. You see, I lived in a town, went to a school with a robust leadership program. We had a really supportive advisor. We had really supportive admin. We also had about 25 kids from all the different groups in school that showed up consistently, that took that servant leadership message and ran with it. Now, we had kind of like the normal cliques that I think most schools have, band kids, jocks, and we also had the leadership kids. And I mean this when I say the leadership kids ran our high school. So I was skeptical, right? I had spent 4.5 years ignoring leadership kids because it's just another clique, you know? So I watched, and they kept inviting me to things. I went to that community dinner I mentioned, a really great opportunity to serve the community, get a hot meal to people who needed it on a cold Saturday in December. I went to several other events, Service 2011, got to volunteer, wear a blue shirt like these folks are today. And we did other things like Christmas caroling. I sang poorly. When Brittany stopped me, and I paid attention because she had one thing. She had power, right? She was someone who was captain of the cheerleading squad, was on the ASB team. She had a position of power. But that's not what ended up changing me. That's not really what was profound about my high school experience. What was profound about my high school experience was that I kept watching. I went every single day to see if they were for real. And every single day they proved me wrong. They were consistent. They were sincere. They were committed. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about my high school experience, but first, I'd like to talk about traditional leadership. Now, in my mind, traditional leadership is about one thing. It's about power. And power is about what you have. Power is about what you have, okay? Who has maybe some ideas of kind of traditional leadership positions? Who can share some of those with us today? Just raise your hand. Traditional leadership positions. King, okay? World leader of your country, that's a traditional leadership position. A boss, any sort of boss. Manager. President, another leader of a country, yeah. What was that? Prime Minister, yeah, another country leader. The things about traditional power is based off of what you have. It's authority that's based off of what you have. It's top down, right? CEO, president tells you what you do it, right? If you work for them, if you're on their team. Your teacher, they have power over you, right? They're leading your classroom, you have to do the homework gets graded, they have power. And traditional leadership, again, it's about what you have. If you don't have that traditional title, right, you don't have that power. If you don't have money, you can't buy that thing that you want. If you don't have your driver's license, you can't go get pizza whenever you want it. You can't go to the game that you want to go to. You can't go on the road trips that you want. And so here at Service, we like to say there's another way of doing things. There's another way of doing things. And we don't have to just rely on what we have to lead, right? And the other power that we talk about, the other authority, is influence. Now, if power is about what you have, I like to say influence is about what you do. If power is what you have, influence is what you do, okay? And I like to frame it in a specific way about relationship, authority based on relationship. You see, influence isn't one way. When you're being influenced, when you're influencing at school, you're actually building relationship, okay? Now, when I talk about power, I like to say, not just that it's title-oriented, it's not just top-down. Traditional leadership, power in and of itself, fades over time. You go through different phases in life. From middle school, you go into high school. You go from being an 8th grader upperclassman to being a freshman. When you graduate high school, if you go into college, you go from a senior back to a freshman again, right? Power fades. Power fades. The special thing about relationship is that when you graduate school, and if you've built relationship with people, you hold on to that. You keep that. You take that forward. You take that forward. Now, to talk a little bit more about influence, are you guys familiar with the butterfly effect? Who here is not familiar with the butterfly effect? Right on. Seems like we're pretty familiar with it. But just to highlight, when a butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, it can cause a meteorological reaction, which can produce a tornado in Texas, right? The little things we do can cause huge reactions across the world. The little things we do. And a guy named King Duncan, he wrote this book. He called it The Amazing Law of Influence. He said, if one life touches another, both lives are changed. But then taking the butterfly effect, right, and extrapolating from that, one life touches another, potentially the whole world is changed. Now, I think that's special, to think about your ability to change the world through influence. But I think there's also a lot of pressure on students to change the world. What if we focused on just what was around us? What if we focused on our space? What if we impacted the space around us and focused on changing our high school, our community, our classroom? I like to say that influence is a measure of the relationships we have in our space, okay? It's a measure of relationship. But how do you know that you're influencing people positively? How do you know that you're a positive influence in people's lives? How do you know that you're changing the school for the better? And so I'd like to spend my time today sharing with you two skills that I use daily in my job, in my relationships with the people I work with, my relationships with my family. Two skills that I use to manage my influence, to make sure that I'm being a positive influence and not a negative one. And those two skills are presence of mind and heart for others. Now, when Brittany and the others were influencing me, right? They were showing up. They were showing up every day. They were asking me about my hopes, my dreams. They weren't just letting me be alone. They were building a relationship with me. They weren't influencing me to get me to do anything specific. They just wanted me to not be alone, okay? We've talked a lot about leadership through the lens of influence, right? We heard from a lot of people. Influence is a tool that you already have in your tool belt, right? It's already a tool that you have in your tool belt. And so, one thing I love to talk about is the introduction, the invitation, right? When Brittany stopped me in the hallway, she asked me my name, she looked me in the eye and she shook my hand, right? She gave me an opportunity to build a relationship with her. She invited me in, a two-way relationship. Now, I would love to get Sophia back up on stage real quick. Here at Service, we like to practice what we preach. And so I'm gonna show you guys what the invitation should look like. Then I'm gonna ask that you guys practice with each other, okay? Now, there's 3 typical ways in our culture that we practice the invitation regularly. I think the first one is probably the most common, you'll recognize it. And that is a handshake, right? And handshakes, they start with a declaration, and that's when you go in. Hi, Sophia. Now, there's 2 others I really like. My first is actually my preferred love language, and that is high fives. You declare, you go for it. That was a great high five. And then I think over the last 3 years, we've all gotten a little practice with not touching hands, right? Not shaking hands as much. And so the third one is just gonna be the elbow bump. So when you wanna greet each other with the elbow bump, what's up? Right on. So I'd like you all to stand up. And Sophia, thank you so much. Hands up for Sophia. Now, before you get moving, before you start talking, I would like you guys to, 1, find someone in the room you've never met before. That's not that scary, y'all. Hey, not yet, not yet, not yet. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice. I'd like you to find someone you don't know, someone you've never met before, introduce yourself. Practice the invitation, okay? And then share a dream or a hope that you have right now. Ready, go. All right, let's start to wrap up our conversations and come back together. Let's find a seat. Let's find a seat. I know it's fun. Let's take a seat. What you guys have just done is invite people into your space, into your community, right? You've practiced the invitation. You guys, it's the little things like that that really start to transform people's hearts. Those are the things that build community, okay? Inviting people in. If you want to make a difference in your school, you're gonna have to practice relationship building. You're gonna have to practice influence, right? You're gonna have to practice the invitation. Now, when Brittany and her friends, the seniors at my high school, while they were spending time with me, while they were inviting me to things, they were building relationship with me, two-way relationship. It was their sincerity. It was their commitment. It was them showing up day after day and moving distractions aside and making sure that I wasn't alone. Now, I told you I was gonna share with you guys 2 specific skills to help influence positively. And as I said before, I love using the word relationship to talk about influence because relationships suggest responsibility and relationships are two-way, right? Relationships are two-way. So when I talk about being a positive influence, what we're really talking about is being in healthy relationship with the people and things around you. So let's talk about presence of mind. Let's talk about presence of mind, the first skill that I think is essential to being a positive influence. Actually, before we do that, what did I say about power? Power is about what you what? And influence is about what you do. Right, okay. Presence of mind is all about having a good understanding of the space that you're in. And I'll tell you a story to kind of illustrate that. I love backpacking. I'm a really avid hiker. About 10 years ago, I started taking my camera with me. And I'm not a professional photographer. For work, I recruit lawyers for a tech company. I don't do a lot of public speaking events. And so, when I talk about my experience, these are just very personal things that I've learned make me better in my life, make me more influential with the people I care about in my space. But one weekend, I decided with a bunch of friends, we really wanted to get a picture of a bear, right? I do a lot of backpacking. I've been around. I've seen a lot of wildlife, mostly goats. There are goats everywhere in Washington State. It's wild. But there aren't a lot of bear, and they're really hard to find. And so that year, there were really bad wildfires all over Washington State, which had flushed them, if you look at the service symbol, over to the Olympic Peninsula on the left. And so there's an area called the High Divide, Seven Lakes Basin. And we decided we're gonna go find a bear because we're never gonna get this opportunity again. We knew intellectually that if we went, this was probably gonna be the best chance we would have. We're using the tools that we had to really put ourselves in a good position. And so, we went for 2 days. The first day, we're out there in the wilderness. It's beautiful. We see one bear like 200 yards away, and I don't have a lens that can reach 200 yards, so I couldn't get the photo. Darn. Okay, so I go to bed, and as I'm getting up in the morning, it's beautiful out. There's light beams coming over the mountains. There's a little bit of mist over Lunch Lake where we camped. And I'm just drawn in by the beauty. Just drawn in by the beauty of where I am. I'm present, but I could be practicing my presence mind a little better. I really have to go to the bathroom. I unzip my tent. I walk out. I walk over to a tree, like looking up, looking around, like, wow. I start to go to the bathroom. Normal. It's not weird. What was weird, though, is as soon as I started, there was this huge mass, and all I could tell was that it was in the shade and it was dark, and I was peeing near it or on it. And that mass started to move really quickly away from me. You guys, I had just peed on a bear. I didn't have my camera with me. I wasn't practicing my presence of mind. I was in real danger. I could have been mauled, right? I wasn't aware of the space that I was in. I know it's funny, but it's a true story. Now, there's the bear. I didn't get the shot that I wanted. I did get 2 bears in that photo. The big one on the left was the one that almost killed me. But that's not a good photo. It's kind of blurry. It's in the distance. You can't really see it clearly. Technically, that's a poor execution. And if I had been practicing presence of mind, I would have been more effective. Now, presence of mind starts with where you put your feet, okay? Presence of mind starts with, as a leader, where do you put your feet? Where do you put yourself? Where are you going? How are you spending your time? Where do you put your feet? Write that down. Presence of mind is about where you put your feet, okay? It's also about what else is in my space. What's around me? Who are the people in my space? What are the things in my space? I think another example of a poor presence of mind was evaluating the relationship I had with my Xbox during the first 2 years of the COVID pandemic. I can honestly tell you, my Xbox and I had a better relationship than my mom and I, because I spent more time playing Xbox than I did talking to her. And she lives, thousands of miles away from away from me in Hawaii at the time. And so it wasn't easy for me, but it's really easy to understand, right? The relationship that I had with my mom is more important. The relationship that I have with my Xbox doesn't matter. But I was going through a tough time. I withdrew. right? Now, presence of mind is about where you put your feet. We all have, as high schoolers typically, more freedom than we had before, right? We can go to more games. We're getting older. Eventually, we're going to get our driver's license. How are you using that power? How are you using your time? How are you practicing your presence of mind? How aware are you of the space around you and the people in it? Okay? There's that saying, I think it's kind of a lame saying, if a tree falls in a forest, nobody's there, does it even make a sound? As a hobbyist, emphasis on hobbyist, photographer, the most frustrating thing is missing out on the beauty in the world that you're trying to see. Missing out on that photo of the bear. I really wanted to get that photo, man. I went back another couple years later, no bear. I missed my shot. I wasn't practicing presence of mind. So where are you showing up? Where are you showing up at school? And also, how are you showing up? Are you showing up with a presence of mind? Are you showing up prepared to deliver, to influence the people around you well, to love people well, to practice patience and kindness and commitment to them, to your school? There was another opportunity I had to go on another road trip / camping trip. And it was up in BC, Canada, I almost said. And if you've never been to BC, British Columbia, it is one of the most naturally beautiful places in the world. And like I said, hobbyist photographer. The thing that was neat about this trip, a little ahead of myself. The thing that was neat about this trip was that it was being led by a real photographer, someone who was actually very talented and skilled. And her name is Tiff. I was just out of college, 2017. Couldn't afford to pay for a road trip photography workshop, but they needed an RV driver. And so I jumped on the opportunity. I was like, my first car was a Chevy Astro van from 1999, and I can drive big things, so please let me come, and she did. And I remember there was one specific day. We went to this place called Lake Moraine, and this was early on in the trip, I think the first or second day. The thing about Lake Moraine is that it's so popular because of Instagram, it's like Insta-famous, that you have to get there at 3 a.m. in the morning to get a parking spot, especially if you're driving a huge rig like an RV. And so we get there at 3 a.m., we take about an hour nap, we spend 30 minutes talking about where we're gonna put our body, where we're gonna stand to get the photo that we want, where we're gonna put our feet, right? We're practicing our presence of mind, we're practicing our intellect, our skill. We're practicing, where am I? What's my relationship to the things around me? Okay? Now, Tiff, she is sponsored by Sony, so she has access to like $3,000 to $5,000 cameras, things that I could never dream of affording at the time. And we're allowed to borrow and shoot photos with these, Sony hoping that eventually we'll buy them. And so, I grabbed this really nice camera and I'm following Tiff around. I'm trying to get these beautiful shots, and I'm missing. I'm missing out on every opportunity I'm trying to capture. I'm missing out on all the beauty around me. As the sun's coming up, light beams are coming, they're shining on the mountains behind the lake. There's these beautiful canoes that are on the dock, but I can't get them in the way that I want them. So I'm trying to use this camera. I don't understand the buttons. I don't understand the tool. My relationship with it is poor. My relationship with the tool is poor. And so I'm unable to capture what I want. I'm unable to be effective at what I want to do. So I set it aside, and I pull out my $100 camera. I got it off eBay. The screen was broken. Buttons were worn. But I was used to it. I knew how to shoot it, right? I knew what the buttons did. I had a good relationship with it. And so I talked to Tiff. I'm like, hey, Tiff, I have this idea. Why don't we go down to this dock, and I would love for you to stand at the end of the dock and do a starfish. I had this idea. I was practicing my presence of mind. I was being aware of my surroundings, and I saw something that I could use to make a beautiful photo. And so she goes to the end of the dock. She does a starfish. Does anyone know what a starfish is? Somebody go, ah! And I took this photo. And it was the first photo on that trip that I took that I was actually proud of. It's the first photo I was proud of. It's pretty basic. There's just some canoes in the foreground, my friend doing the starfish in the midground, and then beautiful mountains in the back. Pretty standard for Instagram these days. But I was able to start taking these photos that I loved because I was practicing my presence of mind, okay? I was practicing my presence of mind, and I had a good relationship with the tool that I had. I knew how to use it. These weren't the only photos I took this trip, but these were my favorite ones. And every single one of these came out of me using the tool that I had a good relationship with, that I had experience with. Tools make us more effective when we have good relationship with them, right? Now, presence of mind is about where you put your feet, right? It's about you using your intellect. It's about you asking, what's the relationship that I have to the things and the people in my space, okay? What relationship do I have to the things and people in my space? If presence of mind is about where you show up, heart for others, that second skill I want to talk to you about. Heart for others is being able to recognize the relationship that others have with the space around them, okay? Now, I'd like to do one more activity. Are you guys sitting with the schools that you started with when I asked you to sit back down? Okay. I'd like you to stand up again one more time. Find a group of 2 more students. If you're an individual person, find 2 more students, so groups of 3, and practice the invitation again. Shake your hand. Share your name. And this time, I'd like you to talk about, for like 2 minutes, I'd like you guys to talk about what places in your life can you practice your presence of mind? What areas in your life do you need to be more aware of the space and the people around you? Yeah, so the question is, where are areas in your life that you can practice your presence of mind? Take another 60 seconds. Take another 60 seconds, please. All right, y'all, let's start to find a seat. Doesn't have to be the same seat. Just find a place to sit. Just find a place to sit. Thank y'all. All right. Alrighty. Let's jump back into it. All right, to revisit what we've talked about, power is about what you what? Right. Relationship, influence is about what you? Right. Presence of mind requires you to know where you're putting your feet. Requires you to know where you're intentionally going, where you're going to spend your time and energy, right? Heart for others is looking around you, not just knowing where you are and what's around you and who's around you, but trying to evaluate also others' relationships to the things and people around them. Now, when I was invited, when the invitation came to me to volunteer at community dinner, to volunteer at another event that I went to high school and helped manage called Benefit Night, Brittany saw a kid with his hood on and his headphones in. She saw someone alone and lonely. And she said, I'm not going to let that happen in my high school. She decided to put herself out there to invite me into her life, to build relationship with her and her friends, and to get me involved and to not let me be alone and afraid. I think it's really easy to ignore people. I told you a little bit about my early time in Washington State. 4 years of ignoring people in the hallway, 4 years of putting my head down, my hood up, and just walking through. I didn't have a good presence of mind. I didn't really practice my heart for others. I just tried to make it through. I recently read this book called Community. It's by a researcher named Peter Block. And what Peter says is that a well-connected community is more effective at raising educational outcomes, health outcomes, provides higher mobility for the people within that community when they're well-connected than when you just add one single rich person. You can have the richest person in the world in a community. If that person's not engaged, if that person's not building relationship with the people around them, that community won't change, right? And I think power and influence, when we talk about those specific forces, we're not just talking about leadership. Of course, we are talking about leadership. We're also talking about where you put your value, right? Are you finding value in what you have? Are you finding value in the things that you earn, the things that you are given? Are you finding value in the relationships that you build, the influence that you build with others? It's important to note a disconnected community, right? When relationships are weak, when we're all kind of in our own isolated puddles, that breeds mistrust. It breeds competition. Everyone's trying to get their own power. Everyone's trying to get their own things. But a tight-knit community? A connected community shifts its attention away from all of the specific things that individuals can have and shifts its attention to possibility. What can we do together, okay? When I was at community dinner, I look behind me and I'm watching, as I said, I'm watching. I'm holding the door. The people behind me, Brittany and all her friends, aren't holding the door. They're wiping tables down. They're mopping the floor. They're doing the dirty work. They're serving. When we talk about serving at Service, that's building influence. But they weren't just doing that. The most important work they were doing was sitting at tables with other people, building relationship. The most important work that they were doing in my life was building relationship with me. I think our natural way of being is in community. I think we often want to find community. When we leave community, it hurts. It's what made me lonely. It's what made me sad. It's what made me shut people away. I think also, though, community is getting harder. There's a lot of distractions. I loved what Antonio has to share about distractions and the negative influences in our life, right? The things that pull on you, the things that pull you different directions. There's lots of those. More so now than when I was in school. When I was in school, and I'll pause there, that's when you know you're old, when you're like, back in my day when I was in school. When I was in school, I had gotten my first cell phone, and it was this little black flip phone made by a company called Nokia that I don't think exists anymore. And that specific phone didn't have push alerts. I didn't have internet on it. I could play Tetris, and I could text, and that was pretty much it, and I could call. We even had like a walkie-talkie function on it. Like that's how old this phone was. Come around I think probably junior, senior year of high school, phones get internet, phones get cameras. Things start to advance a little bit. Twitter, I don't think, is out yet. Twitter comes out a couple years later. Facebook has really just started to take off. We had this old website called MySpace. Is anyone here familiar with that? Oh, okay, sweet. A couple of y'all. The thing is today, though, every day, you're getting push alerts about a war halfway across the world. Are you responsible for that? Are you responsible? Is that in your space? Is that in your community? No, but it's a distraction. It's something that is going wrong in the world, yes. But as students in your high school, you're not responsible for that. You're responsible for what's in your space. Where do you put your feet? What's your relationship to the things around you? Where's your mind, right? I do this thing, and you're probably familiar with the term doom scrolling, right? I sit on my phone, I get a push alert, and I'm like, oh gosh, the world's falling apart. There's nothing I can do about it. It's easy to get in that mindset. It's easy to forget your community should be where your mind is. Where do you put your feet? What's your relationship to the people and things around you? How are you responding to the needs that you see? That's what having a heart for others is about. It's being able to respond to the things that you see, the needs in your community. You see, a lot of times we're taught that change starts at the top, right? Change starts with the CEO, the president, the leader, the principal. The thing is, the people at the top are typically the people with the most resources, right? And that means that they're really getting what they need. The people at the bottom typically have the least resources, and they're typically not getting what they need. But they're also typically the people who see the most, where the most data comes from. The people who practice the most presence of mind typically are the people at the bottom, the servants. You want to be a good servant leader? You have to understand that change starts from a community. Lots of people coming together with deep relationship. People who are practicing where they put their feet. People who are practicing, what relationship do I have to the people and things around me, and what am I going to do about it? What am I going to do about that kid with his hood up and his earphones in? Am I going to talk to him? Am I going to invite him in? Now, of course, the invitation can be rejected. I did it 1,000 times. But do you keep trying? Respectfully, do you keep offering an invitation? Do you provide space for other people to stand alongside you? I spent a lot of time in high school up until my junior year just ignoring people. When I finally started showing up, when I accepted those invitations, something started to change in me. And what started to change in me was that I started to believe these people. I wasn't following them because of their power. Now, initially, when Brittany reached out, I was. You know, she was cheer captain. I was a junior, just trying to make it through. I said yes because of their power. And I showed up. But then what changed me was their commitment, their sincerity. I went to volunteer at a couple of events. I mentioned benefit night, and I worked backstage at benefit night. I was an honor student. I absolutely loved the details. I liked managing things that I could just do well. That was easy for me. Benefit night ends. The guy who put it on comes up to me. He's like, hey, you should run for ASB office. I said no. I absolutely don't want to get up on stage. I don't want to give a speech, ironically. Absolutely nervous. But they kept inviting me. Brittany, the next day, 2 days later, hey, you should run for ASB. There are roles that you can have where you don't have to give a speech. There are roles that you can just submit an application for. You should try activities coordinator, spirit coordinator. There's opportunities for you. I got another invitation. About 2 days prior to the deadline, you had to go get a bunch of teacher signatures to say, I wasn't a hooligan in class. I was, polite. I wasn't going to cause problems for ASB. And to my surprise, I got it. I was given an opportunity. I was given a position of power. That was strange for me. Fast forward senior year. I do all the events. Set a record for the amount of money raised at benefit night. Set a record for the amount of food raised at Food Bowl. Super stoked about it, right? I did all the things that I had to do. As a leader, as someone with power, you often have a job to do. And power is not a bad thing. It's a tool. You can use it well. You can accomplish what you want to do. But one of my favorite things about the robust leadership program we had when I went to high school was that there was a huge emphasis on relationship, on going out there, on inviting people in, on building relationship with people. So I did that too. I did that too, and I thought I was becoming a servant leader. I thought I earned the title, right? Really wanted to earn it. But there was also these other things that I still wanted, right? I want to go to college. I want to go to state. I want to perform well in the things that give me value aside from these relationships, and that's okay, right? But as I said earlier, when you put your value in what you have, in power, and power changes, what do you have left? What do you have left when all those things that you thought gave you meaning or value, what do you have when those things go away? It's about, I want to say, 3 or 4 days, maybe a week prior to postseason for track. I was a pole vaulter, loved the sport. You kind of just fling yourself up in the air, land on a pad. And after track practice one day, I was mowing the lawn at my home. I felt a tightness in my chest. Like, that's weird, I should go lay down. Put the lawnmower away, it's getting worse. Barely make it to my couch, lay down on my couch. I wake up 24 hours later in the hospital with a 250-pound nurse shoving a rod through my chest. You see, I had something called a spontaneous pneumothorax. It's essentially when your lung collapses inside of your chest because there's like a hole in it. And your chest starts to fill up with air. And as it does it, it compresses the lung. And if it's your left lung, it also compresses your heart. And they had to pop me like a balloon. It's really painful. And I asked the doctor, I was like, hey, I have track, like postseason coming up. I have, tests for my honors classes that I want to pass. He told me, no, you're not getting those. You're not taking those tests. You're not running track. You're going into surgery tomorrow. Sorry. When you put your value in the things that you have, when you lead with what you have and those things go away, what do you have left? What do you have left? Your relationships. Your relationships. I remember waking up from anesthesia the next day. Sorry, it's hard for me to talk about. And you could really only hear like the beep, beep of your heart monitor. It's the first thing I noticed. You start to get your feeling back. You're in a lot of pain. I had weird tubes and wires coming out of me. But then finally I was able to open my eyes. And who did I see? Hundreds of students came through my hospital room. Students that I had shunned for 4 years. Do you hear what I'm saying? Students that I had ignored for a long time. I spent 1 year working to build influence in my school. And I wasn't alone anymore. I wasn't alone. I'd lost every single thing that I'd spent my time, my senior year, working for. Do you hear what I'm saying? Every single thing. Except relationships. You see, I graduated, went to college, did a lot of other things that I think I wanted to. When I look back at high school, I really don't remember much of my senior year. The surgery that I went through, the drugs that I had to use to prevent pain at the time, stole a lot of memories from me. But what I have are these beautiful relationships. These beautiful relationships because I practiced my presence of mind. Someone showed me that if you're aware of the people and the things around you, you can influence them. But it's not just a one-way street. Influence isn't. It's relationship building. And you take those things with you. You take those things with you. I'll leave you with this. Oh, I'll leave you with that. That was the end of it. Thank you guys for sharing space with me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was awe-inspiring, and I'm sure you guys were all inspired by that. I think there's two things that kind of come to mind when I hear that speech. And obviously it is the presence of mind and heart for others, right? But the presence of mind goes so much deeper than where you plant your feet. And Michael kind of talked about how it's the how too, right? I can stand anywhere. I can go to any event I want. I can hang out with whoever, you know. I can choose to go and plant my feet wherever I want. But then it's the how I'm there and how I'm present with myself. That's how you start building those relationships, right? It all depends on the intentionality that you use when you're talking to people and getting to know people. And it's not because you just want to, it's not because you have to, but it's because you actually want to. You know, it's not because we're sitting here telling you, hey, you should go back home and build relationships, right? It's because you have that need and that want in your heart to build those relationships with other people. And the heart for others is obviously just another important thing when we talk about being kind, right? Doug Baldwin said that. We hear that all the time, but it's so true. Now, for the kind of discussion point I wanted to talk about is just really quickly, I want you to flip to like an open page in your notebook and write down, or maybe probably with Michael's notes right there. 2 things I want you to write down is, 1, how you can practice presence of mind when you go back home. 1 thing you can do, however you view that. You know, what do you think is going to help you be present with those around you and build those relationships? So 1 thing there. And the other thing I want you to do is how you can practice caring for others more intentionally and in a way that suits you, right? It's not going to be the same for everyone. I think everyone's going to have slightly different things on their paper, but how can you build those relationships? So I'll give you a minute or 2 to write that down. All right, and I'm not going to ask for volunteers on this one because on Monday when you go back to school, I want you to actually do it, okay? So the 2 things you wrote down, I want you to practice those and do those intentionally. Make a plan, maybe write down if there's a specific person you're thinking of, someone in your class that you want to build a relationship with. Those things that you wrote down, right? I want you to do them, okay? So now I'm going to bring Josh back up to the stage, and we're going to do our last activity of the day. Give it up for Josh.
All right, y'all. I'm going to lead us into our 3rd and final activity of the day. So this activity is called Leaders List, okay? And the objective of this activity is to basically name as many famous leaders in this world that you can think of. And those leaders can have had a positive or a negative influence. It doesn't really matter. The only prerequisite is that that leader must be pretty well known to the world, okay? So in just a moment here, I'm going to have you form groups 3 or 4 people in a group, and each group will need 1 writer, so 1 person needs to have your pen and a booklet. So go ahead and form groups of 3 to 4, and I'll check back in with you guys in like 30 seconds. If you found your group, feel free to start writing and brainstorming a list of leaders. And raise your hand if you do not have a group yet. All right, go ahead and start. There's 5 minutes on the clock for y'all, 5 minutes. Got a good test. I just got a good question. The leader can be past or present, so they do not have to be alive. They can be a leader in the past. All right, y'all got about one more minute. One more minute. All right, y'all, start to bring it back. Ten seconds, 10 seconds. All right, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Go ahead and put a pause to your conversations, please. Put a pause to your conversations. All right, so the next step of this activity is to go through that list and write down next to each name whether that leader is a power or an influence leader. So just as a reminder, a power leader is somebody who leads by force and through the position of status that they have, whereas an influence leader leads based on the relationships and does not rely on that power that they have. Got it? I'm gonna give y'all a few minutes to do that. All right, we're gonna bring it back in about 20 seconds. 20 seconds to bring it back. All right, y'all got 10 seconds. Wrap up those conversations. Okay. Now, we're going to have y'all say goodbye to your group. So everybody in your group, say goodbye to them because we're gonna find a new group of people that you do not know. So try to close your eyes and look across the room and make eye contact with somebody, and that person will be your partner, all right? So we're gonna make new groups of 3 to 4. Once you found that group, take a seat with them, and I'll go over some next discussion questions for you guys. Make sure y'all are learning some names. Learn some names. Raise your hand if you still need a group. Raise your hand if you need a group. We have a few hands over here. If you don't have a group, feel free to join another one. Form a group of 5 if necessary. I'll give you a question. I'll give it to you in a second. All right. If you have found a group, please look up here so that I know I can move forward. And simmer down, please.
Raise your hand if you haven't found a group yet, and we'll try to get you to someone.
All right. I'm gonna get attention up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Wrap up those conversations, please. Okay, we're gonna go through a few quick discussion questions. So we'll go through them one by one. So I'll give you the first discussion question. Make sure you know the names of the people in your group, by the way. The first discussion question is this. What were some of the big differences between your influence and power leaders on the list? I'll give you all 2 minutes to talk about it.
What time do we have till for this? I think I'll just give him an extended team time, bro. Like what? Like what, bro? Oh my god.
1 more minute.
What should we do for an energizer to fill that time? Like we can do school spirit.
Less than 30 seconds. Start wrapping up those conversations.
55 is a long time. It's like
15 more minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Go ahead and put a pause to your conversations. All right, so we're actually going to open up the floor to have some of y'all answer the question. So raise your hand if you feel like you have something valuable to add to the group. Sophia will go around.
What's your name?
Nathan.
What's your answer to the question?
So what power is that power means you just want to boss people around. You want to be demanding, like a dictatorship. Like if you tell people to do something, they have to do it. And then influence means like you want to help them. You don't want to be so demanding.
Awesome, thank you.
Good job, Nathan. All right, the next question for y'all group to discuss is, which type of leader did you have more of on your list? Which type of leader did you have more of on your list, and why do you think that is? Go ahead, 2 minutes. All right, 20 more seconds. Wrap up those conversations. All right, 10 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bring it back up here, please. Bring your attention back to the front. So the question was, which type of leader did you have more of on your list, and why do you think that is? Raise your hand if you feel like you have something valuable to add to the group. Who will Sophia choose?
Okay. Can you give me your name and school?
Amelia from Holy Names Academy.
What was your answer to the question?
We had more people of influence because they're more almost worth remembering. We had very few people of powerful leadership because they're not people that make lasting impacts because they're bad examples.
That's a good way to put it. Thank you.
Clap it up for Amelia. Now, does anybody have a different answer than Amelia that they'd like to share? Raise your hand if your answer was different from Amelia's.
Can I get your name and school?
Andrew, Bonnie Lake High School.
Did you speak earlier? Okay, what's your answer to the question?
We had a lot of people with power because I feel like most people lead for selfish reasons. Like we were talking about, like oftentimes U.S. presidents will like build like a fake relationship with their followers just to get votes. They're not trying to lead because they want to lead the country. It's about themselves. I think that's just like how most people are wired, and we're trying to flip that.
That's a good kind of flip side to the other answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, give it up for Andrew, spoke twice.
All right. Our next question for y'all is, what did you notice about which type of leader was in power longer? What type of leader generally was in power longer? Go ahead and discuss that with your group. Minute, less than a minute.
Yeah. Do we have a little more time for the game, actually?
That's good.
All right, 20 seconds to wrap it up. Give yourselves 20 seconds. All right, 10 seconds. All right, bring it back up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Back up here. There it goes. Back up here. All right. Back up here, please. We are gonna open it up to the floor one more time. The question, again, was what did you notice about which type of leader was in power longer and why? Does anybody feel like they have something valuable to add to the group? Go, yeah, that's you.
You're not going to help me choose?
Yeah.
Okay. Raise your hands high. Raise your hands high so I can see them. Let's do, oh gosh, this is a lot of pressure. Let's just go right here. What's your name in school?
I'm Ray from North Creek High, and and we said that influence had more like power over power. Oh, that sounds funny, because like service has more like meaning to it than self-righteous service, and people remember the things you do for them than the things you do to just benefit yourself.
Good, thank you. Can we do one more?
See you, Ray. Let's get one more. Let's get one more.
Can we
One
get
more
a
hand.
Can we get a volunteer from a school that hasn't spoke today? Is
Any
that
school
possible?
that has not spoke today.
If your school hasn't said anything today,
We got.
Is there anyone?
We got hands in the back to your right,
no? Oh,
over there.
oh geez. How am I gonna
What school are y'all from? Yeah. White River. Okay. Okay.
Okay, oh, right here. Awesome. So name and you're from White River.
I'm Audrey.
All right, and what was your answer?
So we were thinking that influential leaders tend to give out ideas that people like, and so people will tend to listen to them for longer and want to continue to follow them, whereas powerful leaders will put out ideas that not a lot of people like. Maybe their certain set of followers will continue to follow them, but the general public will tend to not want to listen to them, so they'll be in power for less time.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Audrey. All right. And thank you, everybody, for participating in that. Go ahead and make your way back to your seats now. Say goodbye to the people we just met. All right, everyone. Thank you again for participating in that activity. Now we're going to transition into a little bit of team time. So ambassadors, this is for you. We're going to stay in the auditorium today. And this time is really for students to just open discuss about a lot of the things. I know we've had a ton of information to absorb, a ton of wisdom to take away from. So one, to discuss a lot of the things that you've learned, maybe a key takeaway from the day. And also, if you have any questions, maybe ask an ambassador about it. They should be well equipped to answer those things for you and just, engage with one another. So if you can find your ambassador, find a space that you guys can all kind of group up. If need be, you can spread out to the back of the auditorium. Feel free to use all the space that we have here. And ambassadors, try to bring us all back by 1:25. Cool, thanks guys. Testing. Just as a quick check-in, we have 5 minutes remaining on the clock. 5 minutes remaining on the clock, so start to wrap up those conversations. Also, if you could direct your attention up here real quick, we have a set of missing headphones. It's got a blue logo on the front and it's in a white container. So if this belongs to anybody, it will be up here for you. White headphones if it belongs to anybody. But you have 5 minutes, so please start to wrap up those conversations.
All right, if you can make your way back to your seats, we're wrapping up team time.
Yeah, somebody got him.
Wrapping up team time, so come back, find your seat if you can. Give you a few minutes to come back in. If you can hear us and you're still in the common room, make your way back to the main room, please. Make your way back. We're going to do a few more things to wrap up the conference.
All right, y'all, bring it back up front, please.
All right, so it looks like we are officially having Service 2023 coming to an end. We just have a few more things. A few more people are going to talk to you. But we just wanted to say thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate the engagement and just, yeah, you guys were awesome. So it was really good to hear from you all. And in the beginning of the conference, I talked about how there was one thing we wanted you to take away with, at least one thing, right, that you bring back to your school or bring back to your life and start practicing. So we want you to take a minute or two to just kind of reflect and think about that one thing from the conference was kind of your aha moment, that moment where you're like, yeah, that's what I want to do, or that's what I want to start being like. So take 1 to 2 minutes to kind of think about that, and then we're going to ask for a few volunteers. Can I see a show of hands of everyone that has it already? Like, yeah, I know what it is. Does anyone need more time to think? A few people need more time? Okay.
All right, so now we're going to be opening up the floor to anybody who feels like they have something impactful for the group. If you want to share, please raise your hand.
All right, can I get your name and school?
Haley, I'm from Bonnie Lake.
Awesome, and then what was your one thing?
My one thing is that by being kind, we can build influence to create relationships.
Awesome, thank you. How many more do you want to do, Josh? A few? Yeah, give it up really quick, sorry.
Clap it up for Haley.
Thank you.
Let's do 2 more. We need 2 more volunteers.
Okay, can I get your name and school?
Madden, Mountain View High School.
And then what? And then what was your one thing?
One thing I took away from today is that Tetris taught me if you fit in, you disappear.
That's good, that's good. All right, let's do one more.
One more, y'all.
I'll go to the other side. Let's go here. Can I get your name and school?
My name is Charlotte James, and my school is Curtis High School.
And then what was your one thing?
My one thing is, my life is pretty similar to the first speaker. I mean, I was put in foster care the day I was born, and my mom dealt with substance issues as well. And I think seeing somebody come from a similar walk of life that I have, it inspires me that one day I can achieve what he's achieved, and it gives me inspiration that that could be me too.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciate it.
All right, one more round of applause for everybody who spoke. Yeah, that's great. As for myself, I just wanted to thank you for sharing this space with me. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and you guys have been totally awesome today, just listening when we need to listen, like I said in the beginning, bringing energy when we needed it. And I guess my one encouragement for y'all is just to not let it end here, right? Today we go back to schools, and then tomorrow, obviously, this is Saturday, so we won't go back to school. But next Monday, we're gonna go back to our schools and make differences, right? So it doesn't have to end today. We've got a lot of wisdom from people who have gone through it and who have walked these ways of life, you know what I mean? So just be great, move some mountains out there. So thank you, and now I'm gonna pass it on to Ali Blanco to talk about the sponsorships that made this event possible. But before that, just give yourselves a big round of applause for being here today. Thank you. And now here is Ali Blanco, so keep the claps going.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, y'all.
That was absolutely incredible. I hope you enjoyed the conference as much as I did. For those who don't know me, my name is Allison Blanco, and I'm currently a sophomore at Sumner High School. And I had the honor of being the Director of Communication Relations at Service. I'm so grateful to have been a part of this team. I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for whom this conference would not be possible without. My team and I are so grateful for your constant support and the ways in which you serve our community. A special thank you to Carl Westfall for sponsoring Doug Baldwin, Rick Morton from Jostens, Karina Campbell from Mullen Orthodontics, Jen Ellison from Gurglepot, the Peterson Brothers, Western Storage, Character Strong, Sumner Rotary, Sumner Lawn and Saw, and Heather Lewis from Edward Jones. A huge thank you to Cloud9 for making our t-shirts. They look absolutely amazing. Also, a huge thank you to Calvary for hosting us this year. It has been incredible to have you guys host us as well as support us. Thank you for all that you do. With that being said, I would now like to welcome Kenza Kramer.
Check, check. Can y'all hear me? Perfect. Well, this is kind of it, you guys. We're at the end of Service 2023. It's been amazing, and I hope you guys got as much out of it as I did. I hope that you enjoyed going back to basics and learning about different leadership styles, power, and relationship. I hope that you have more insight on mental health, burnout, and the tools that you need to get through all of that. And I just want to say a huge thank you to you guys and to your advisors for showing up this year and for making it happen. I want to thank our tech team. I want to thank Ty back there. Turn around, say hi to Ty. He's waving. I think Davis was here earlier. I don't know if he's here anymore, but back camera over there, say thank you. And Eiley and Sanaya are up there too, and they're waving. I also want to take a moment to thank our advisors, Mr. Wenzel right here and Mr. Slater, for for holding this together. They have been with Service since day one, and they're gonna keep it going for as long as it is possible to go on. I am just honestly so thankful for them, and I know my team and our team is just so thankful. I want to take a moment to thank everyone in the blue shirts, your ambassadors. Go say thank you. Look at them right now. Say hi. Say thank you. I also want to take a moment to thank Calvary, where you're literally sitting in right now. They've been absolutely fantastic, letting us use their space. So make sure to give a shout out to anyone. There's someone right behind you who works for Calvary. Say thank you to him. Okay, and then I want to say thank you to everyone who's worked on this with me. So a big thank you to Katie Claunch, to Zoe Martinson, to McKenna Brown, who's hiding back there somewhere, right there, to Braden, who is literally leaving to go play at T-Mobile Park, which is very cool, and then to Ali Blanco and Nick Leotawa, who have absolutely been fantastic in this. And I think how many of us is there on the stage right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us, plus Braden, who's not here. We're gonna conclude Service 2023 with you guys. So this is it. So do you guys want to yell this with me?
Oh, what are we saying?
We're gonna say, what do we want to say? Service 2023? Woo!
Sure.
Okay. Hey, okay, yeah. Can we do a hands in and then we can talk about second chairs? Okay, so we do this thing at Sumner.